don't know where the other team came from.
Yeah, I don't know.
Made them
Fuck
so.
it, bro. It don't matter. Most useless tournament.
No, it is. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't care what happens this tourney. That's what I realized.
Yeah, I just been going AFK. I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
that's what I'm
lie.
saying,
10 minutes
like-
into the game too. Like, bro, come on.
Wait, why is it like that? By the way, is that different? Yeah, right.
I don't
Am I
know.
tripping?
Yeah, and it was like 2 minutes before.
Bro, that shit is pissing me off. Cause how did
Yeah.
I PG for 10 minutes and there's still 12 minutes until I play?
That's what I'm saying.
Shit makes no sense.
Yeah.
Save the region. Alright, bet I got you. I got you, bro. Did you see the leaderboard? Top 4 is all EU players. We're getting fucking.
Oh.
They're owning us, bro.
No. When is this gonna happen?
Fuck.
We don't stand a chance, bro.
We gotta move now too.
Time for us to go to you, bro. We gotta swap. We got a little swap.
We actually
We
need
can't
to.
hang.
We can't hang over here. Not anymore. Not with the veterans. I need some barrels and shit.
I'm carrying medkits. Actually,
Okay, bro.
3.
I'm coming to AR right now. But you're... Oh no, motherfucker. Let me take these.
You wanna carry medkits? 3 meds?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, bro.
I think it's time we key, bro.
Yeah, I'm done. I have SMG though, I don't have an AR.
Alright, we could loot these chests real quick. So if you wanna get something else. There's a blue AR here. You want it?
Not
scope?
really. Fuck that.
Alright. Bro, you know that last game? I just remembered. I literally closed my game.
I literally got stuck on the fucking. I got stuck on a tree that game. And I couldn't build.
There's an SMG here if you want it.
I'm trying to have him. I'm ready to go river.
Yeah, I'm on the way. How's this Lego thing still a thing? I think it's gonna be in grants.
Yeah, on my life it actually might be. They don't know.
think so.
They don't know how to fix it. They would have fixed it
Yeah.
already.
Yeah, you're right. Is it on con? It is,
Yeah,
bro.
I think it's
We
better
gotta fly
on
by.
con. I'm down to just let it run, like run straight to rig.
Go on.
Cola up here.
Yeah, I should get that. Okay.
Yeah, you can. I'm gonna go towards the brick farm. Get some brick on the way.
Alright, bet.
Kids running straight north in front of me.
The rig marker, I marked where they're at.
Okay, bro.
Towards them.
I'm coming.
Player on low ground, I found him.
Okay, I'm here with you.
100. 94 on him.
Okay, I'm coming. His teammates get much back.
Yeah.
18.
Up cola.
Okay, he's running to you. Mike is
Good.
running to you.
Yeah. Up cola.
100. Done.
Nice. Nice.
He's here. He's here. 20.
22.
50.
He's just maxing through the builds.
He's one. He's one.
Okay.
My heal, so. Pop in the mid. So he's gonna run. He's gonna run. It's a different team.
Different team. Maybe hide or something?
No, I'm done.
GG.
GG's, man. Fuck.
It's all good, bro.
No. 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 God, bro. We didn't even finish top
Why
5.
is your chat flaming you? What?
We didn't even fucking finish
Bro.
top 5, man.
Why is your chat flaming you, bro? What did you
I
do?
don't know, bro. God.
Yo, you're getting hated on right now, bro.
God. I can't take this. God, I'm ending my stream. I can't.
Dude, what? No, bro. Bro,
Make
what?
my
You have
stream.
1.4.
No, I can't. No, bro. Can't
No,
take this.
bro. Do a viewing party, bro.
I can't take this, dude. No, I'm done. I'm done.
No.
No, I'm retiring this. I can't. I can't take it.
No.
No, I can't take it. I can't take it. I'm
Not
done.
like this, bro.
God. 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 I'm done. Fuck you guys. God. Hate you guys. Chat. Oh, can't you guys?
It ran past.
Here's your hot and ready crazy.
Out of here.
Fuck.
Oh, looking west.
Thank you for the raid. You know.
I'll say no.
Genuinely, let's get faded later. Let's get faded. Faded. Bong whips. Faded.
Like above the bunker. Virgo just traded. He lands.
He is
near, I don't
ass.
know where though.
I'm not looking anymore for me.
W raid L Cold. Wait, who killed Cold this
5,
game?
150. I'm doing forecast.
Who killed Cold this game? Clicks? Clicks did not kill Cold. Virgo? Oh, Virgo and Shadow. Hi, Nana.
Oh, fuck my life.
Frat Buy's coming back from Mexico. He just posted about it. Was he in Mexico? Wow, bro. Chat, who do you guys have? Are you guys Team Cold or
Maybe
Team
more.
Clicks?
No.
Are you guys Team Cold or Team Clicks?
I'm going to it.
Clicks is better.
I'll
Lol,
just do it
Cold is
already.
ass compared to Clicks.
Come on, forecast.
Clicks fans
It's me.
rise!
We should go to team split.
Yeah, I can win them.
I like that, chat. I like that.
Let's get 5,
W
5,
Clicksters.
Whatever. and then
Team
we kill
N
Booker.
were.
Yeah. You have
We
my
play
kit?
rings.
Come on, bruh.
We go to campfire.
Who's got no
first.
delay? Who's got no delay? No, Fred. No,
Good
Fred.
one,
No.
Okay, when you turn around, you're gonna see some more.
Clicks? Oh my god, I can't even read my chat. What happened?
What's your math?
Oh my god.
530.
Clicks
medium
take Jinxie's girl.
You don't want the SMG? Have an SMG.
Have one.
Okay.
Did I have a scope on it?
No, no, stop. You guys are ruining my
I don't
chat.
think so.
You guys are ruining my chat, bro. You guys genuinely are ruining my chat.
Yeah,
Stop.
gas is on the Let's go, gas.
Blaze King 23. Who? This guy glazes everyone.
Yeah, going. Behind them, under them.
This guy glazes everyone. Paper on 7th. I hate my life, bro. They're actually a good duo. That's the issue.
Yeah, 4 minis still.
Ripping it in 3, 2. Nice end pen. Clicks a bitch. Clicks fans is low-key downies. Come on, bro. Don't call him that, bro. Don't call him that, bro.
35.
Oh my god, Nico. Thank you for the bits.
First time here, W sent it.
Thank you, bro.
Just gotta look for
Am I
cactus
safe
for
from
acid.
Clicks' NPCs here? Chat, how many of you guys are Clicks NPCs?
They're not-
Any Clicks NPCs still here?
There's some loot I think down here,
Mm.
like a chest or two.
It's fine, Nana.
Yeah, we can go
We
that
need-
way.
I love Clicks.
Here's your hot and ready crazy pups.
Ooh, $3.99 and stuffed with pepperoni and cheese.
Yeah, just walk in, grab them, and go.
Now I've got more time to enjoy my summer.
I know today could have probably been a better performance. I mean, like,
Somehow Aoxy and JoJo are just like on a rampage right now at finding points. The very last moments, as are others. You saw the quick highlight there from Noisy.
Have a pink and merry. Here's your hot and ready crazy pups.
Ooh, $3.99 and stuffed with pepperoni and cheese.
Yeah.
A pretty big lead here. Things continue to get.
That's what I like to see. But with that being said, you guys know what time it is. We are getting ready to kick off game number 1. We have 6 on today. How does this unfold? Let's find out together. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Zeke. That's right. Normally we have to wait until land to get a little sample size of the, the other regions, but today we have so much to look forward to, of course. And what a treat, Taco, for us to be able to cast over such a variety of players.
Yeah, and not only that, but like the mashup of playstyles as well. Just how well some of these
of competitive Fortnite here. Again, a sample that we would only really be treated to an in-person event, an in-person gathering. But not this weekend, Taco.
No, not this weekend. In fact, I think one of our highlight teams are hybrid duos, Clix and Veno. They're looking to start things off pretty hot here. They are contested as well. Roxanne and Daxton could be looking to be the thorn in their side. And have to remember, Sandy Steps is just such an ideal location because for what it's worth, Clix and Veno, they tend to try loot this one out as quickly as possible. They like to make a play, though, for the forecast tower that spawns just a little bit north of where Sandy Steps is actually located.
I love this because you pair up, the forecast tower with someone like Veno, right, who's going to make some of the strongest and best decisions when it comes down to placement. We should see honestly amazing results out of this duo. Let's see if they can, of course, perform. On the other side, though, the brand new drop spot, the Red Line Rig, is fully contested right now. It does look like about 3 teams are landing in this vicinity here. Crackly and DeRoller being one of the more prominent duos here to touch down first, opting to go to the backside of the Red Line Rig. There are some advantages, of course, of being positioned here, but there's a team on the outskirts as well, so not completely safe even in the center, in the heart of the Red Line Rig.
But Daxton and Roxanne, I mean, this is a team that was initially marked for Sandy Steps. So to see them make this adjustment on the fly here to try and join this contest mayhem at Red Line Rig, when there is 4, potentially even 5 teams, you look at that team that's just a little bit south as well of the Red Line Rig, there is not that much loot or resources in general, MDF, in this wasteland area of the desert from these new POIs.
We have seen this before. We've seen teams, play the wild card in game 1 or game 2, try to mix things up and then go back to their old trusty. So a team like, Clix and Veno cannot let their guard down, not by any means right now, but let's focus in on what Crackly's up to right here. Farms up a good amount of metal and then immediately goes for the push right now. Tags coming in from the outskirts and then the surprise ambush. And it is good for Crackly here to get the 2 eliminations and then turn that around immediately. But remember, he gets the pickup from the loot generated of the down body. So all advantage right now to Crackly and DeRoller.
Still has a couple of shield bubbles to play with too if Crackly feels as if he needs them, but for the time being, content to just sit on top of the box here, gets an angle onto Blanc, and that's an immediate drop. Hammer pump straight to the face, and Crackly just continuing to try and clear out bodies, make things as smooth as possible for himself and DeRoller. And Maxers, he's forced to just full-on retreat. He's gonna have to just come back for the reboot card if anything, and he knows that Crackly and DeRoller, they're probably going to stick around because you can see that gear icon marked on the mini-map. That does mean that the Machinist is currently located here at Red Line Rig, and when you get a medallion that can regen your shield up to 75 off cooldown, MDF, that's got to be ideal grabs.
Yeah, and that's the other side of this. If you are just tuning in and you're trying to wrap your head around, why are there so many teams there? That's one of the few POIs that is going to give away a medallion to you, and those medallions we saw last season can swing some pretty favorable situations your way. But let's jump in with Day and Redux right now. Rotating through the middle of the Underworld, we talked about these extra benefits of staying at a strong POI. There's no surprise that the Underworld dashes here are, of course, some of the more powerful things to take into a fight, but it's all even playing grounds here. Nitro splashes out. Okay, we're seeing the walls already being broken into, and it is on. And before they know it, Day and Redux have the advantage here. This teammate or enemy down low is dead to rights if he can't make a move. And there it is, a trade on both sides here, Taco.
Yeah, Lin tried to see if they could try and escape, but it does come at a little bit of a price here. Day knows, coast isn't clear just yet, still needs to take care of Antonio, and Day trying to get an angle. Looking for that right-hand peek, but has to go for the reload. It's going to be Antonio with the absolute turnaround. Day and Redux with an early departure here in Lobby 1, and Antonio still might not even get to celebrate that victory because King 1 hot on his heels. He's got that Nitro Splash effect enabled. Miro gonna try and cut him off, and that will be an immediate send back here from King 1. But at the same time, NDF, the damage has already been done.
That was insane. I did not expect, you know, Tay to drop that battle right there, especially given that he had the advantage even of the camera angle, the right hand peak, just everything going for him. So unfortunate, and it does look like I think Antonio was picked up there potentially as a cursor just vanished from the map, likely to the hands of Miro there. So that body tag actually made Miro even second guess of whether or not that was a full duo. Jump on over to one of the favorites right now. This team right here, the surprise duo, I would say, of all the combinations, Tayson and Yamzo, absolute elite individuals. Not including the NAC merger, this is the most players to ever change regions in a single season. You know, give that credits to the events that have been happening here in the North America region. So very fun stuff happening right now. It's never been more exciting than this.
The key word, though, is favorites, because Tayson and Yamzo, since they linked up, they have just been absolutely dominating a lot of the competition taking place in North America. And not only that, but they're looking to keep the ball rolling. And another duo that I think has really started to shock the region is definitely Bucky and Okis. Bucky, very open on socials. I'm not going to bother streaming the event, but we know what he is capable of. He wants that redemption arc, and he's looking to find it here in Major 3. Just the fact that he made it through to round number 4, I think, has just put his signature, his stamp back on the map. They are not a duo that teams can afford to overlook.
It's interesting to see someone like Bucky make it this far into the tournament setting when there have been some given upsets, and he's, you know, hit or miss half the times, but, you know, paired up with someone like Okis, I am excited to watch. Here's one of those EU-NA duos, two just kings of their regions. You got Pink here. We got, of course, Miro, the multi-FNCS champion. This is a very, very fun duo to watch. Pink, if you remember, back in the last season, we had some very fun statistics showing accuracy of builds made while in, you know, combat settings, while in fights. Pink was one of the most accurate, so never making the mistake when it mattered most in fights. Paired up with Miro right now, if he's bringing that same kind of energy, right, to this duo, they could be one of the surprise ones, right, that come out of nowhere.
That's for sure, but again, my heart broke a little bit when I saw Pink and Vico split up, but once I saw the reason why, and the fact that Pink is now united with Miro, that is, again, just another powerhouse team that is bound to cause some disturbances throughout the course of a lobby and just how the map is going to be able to rotate throughout it. Some action taking place from some of these search towers, but right now it's all about Ritual and Reed, but they're not going to be left standing any longer. Ozone, a little bit of an upset play here, holding his own up against the likes of some of NA's finest, and Lawrence definitely cheering his duo on the entire time. There is no better feeling, no better surge of momentum either, Monster, than watching your duo win a play like that.
We're seeing a lot of clutches from the, what I would call the underdog duos in some of these clashes here. We jump in with Snacky in Magia. Got to watch a lot of fun gameplay from Magia last FNCS finals. He pushed through the qualification of those lower brackets. If you remember, one of the last few to grab that slot. Switching up the teammate now with Snacky. Snacky, who's of course a veteran, but ever since the region's merger, he's been having a harder and harder time, you know, really picking up a standout performance as things have only grown more increasingly difficult here in the NA region. Gotta be careful though. The team lurking right above. Magia has to be calling something out here, but Snacky isn't putting up walls. I was a bit concerned there. Yamzo gets a few tags. What do you think is going to happen here?
This could be a potential key in, but Yamzo and Tayson, a team that definitely just likes to collect their surge, clearly have some white heal resources. Yamzo going to toss that med kit forward. prioritization seems to be more so on just controlling the direction that that team behind them actually ends up rotating. Their backside now completely clear. They forced Snacky and Magia to essentially push even further west of their current position. So they'll have a slightly easier time whenever they enter the edge of zone, knowing that they're not going to have to necessarily worry about that duo trying to pressure them from their back. But Cold and Acorn, they've got a really nice spot currently fixated here just outside of Restored Reels, and with that thermal scope on the Hunter's DMR, Cole trying to get some connections. At the very least, he's forcing a little bit of a burn of mats from the players that he's shooting at.
These are some hugely missed opportunities right now, and I say that because Cold and Acorn have positioned himself somewhat center, right, away from what would be the congested zone, the edges. So these missed tags could come back to bite them or haunt them later in the game. We'll see. And we're going to watch a lot of Storm fights in this current state of the season. You have the Cactus, of course. Those regenerate on a very specific timer. So we're going to find a lot of teams really comfortable with taking these battles where you otherwise wouldn't inside the Storm. You know, heals aside, but look at this. We jumped away for a moment. The rotate. Ooh, Blah gets caught there by Tayson and Niamzo.
That is a tough break and a little bit heartbreaking as well for Blaha Mixon. But again, it is only lobby 1 of 6, and it is kind of cool to see Blaha Mixon actually with their reunion tour here in Chapter 5 Season 3, given that the last time we saw them play a finals for FNCS was Chapter 4 Season 3, and they've competed in a handful of FNCS finals as a duo, so looks like they're just trying to re-establish some of that original chemistry they once had. Granted, it's going to be a little bit more difficult with Mixon operating as a solo, but it definitely is still just early enough, MDF. He does have a possible opportunity to play for that reboot ban.
See it happen. Meanwhile, Vino and Clix playing deep in the Storm right now, stoking the fire, trying to get as much HP as possible here for the rotate. They're going to be exposed off that launch pad, so hopefully there isn't anyone lurking too far behind. Meanwhile, Paka. Paka's got this high ground tower pretty much positioned out. He's going to be leveled up. It does seem like with the Rift Island that's going to be popping in here any moment now.
Yikes.
Someone chop this down? What just happened?
Well, the spawn in of Rift Island, Vorteca immediately going to take that Ascender. Paco will opt to just build up ample amounts of trees for him to refarm those mats. It's really all about playing for the capture point at this current location. I mean, it's in a pretty optimal spot as well, given that their drop is at the Lavish Lair. They didn't really have to move too far away from their starting location, but at the same time, that could be detrimental for their search strategy overall. So maybe playing for the Rift Island, they're kind of just hoping another team will just look to try and contest them so they can get some damage if they still need it.
Rotate coming out right here. Worthy to Alex. They already have 2 eliminations as well, so getting active here. Ooh, using the tunnels to hit the big rift here alongside the boost. It's going to put them in a good spot. Trying to find themselves away from the edges here.
And again, Paco, Vorteca, potentially hoping for a fight. Seems like it's definitely been delivered right on their front doorstep. Vanillas and Convic trying to bide their time. A little bit of full berry juice going to be necessary as now Vanilla's making the drop. Top side of the cone for the time being, but again, building right back up. Seems as though Vanilla's is just content to hold this slight height position. Maybe get a few surge tags from teams that are surrounding the outskirts of that underside of Rift Island, but when you know that there's another duo directly underneath you, you can't ever feel that comfortable. And now, again, one more time, Vanilla's trying to see if they can maybe look for more of a side angle approach, potentially. Surely they're not going to want to sit for much longer here.
This is slowly becoming worse and worse right now for Convic and company. I mean, he's using a lot of material. Paco and Tekka here are already on the, way out, essentially, as they're trying to get their material. So these are two teams that are desperate for material that both haven't had the time to actually farm up just yet. And this is why Paco is recognizing, okay, I got to get these, you know, brick reservoirs locked in now before someone else does. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bryson Bolts, full-on clash up against Duke right here. Sphinx is already taken down. Bolts content with the finish here. Duke's now angry as ever. Breaking through the builds, tries to turn and burn, but not good enough there. Bryson Bolts get the elimination and the full credit for one. And that's going to set themselves up for a good mid-game now.
It's definitely a nice little refresh delivery, but the fact that Dukes is in that position in the first place leads me to believe that him and Sphinx had encountered some early difficulties for their search strategy. Still, plenty more games for them to play out. Again, only lobby 1 of 6, and the damage threshold for Storm Surge. Vanilla's trying to get active, but it's not the same team. It's actually going to be Flix and Pilot that Vanillas and Convict have set in their sights now. Convict looking to see if he can close in onto Pilot, but that's going to be an immediate rift out. Pilot nearly down, just needs one more tag to confirm it, but Vanillas, he's not going to be able to find it just yet.
I really, really love the aggression that we see play out, but Vanillas all of a sudden gets turned right back around on. It looks like he's already lost the effects of his nitros, and he is on the run here.
Look at the builds. He's got 3 builds to work with here. Has to hope that Convict comes up big. What Convict does, DJ.
Someone completely different.
Just dropped in out of nowhere, straight out of left field, honestly. And that's going to be a big sigh of relief, though, for Convict and Vanillas. Split the mats almost immediately. Just try and recuperate some of what they lost in the process. And looks as though Pilot and Flix, they were able to bail out entirely. Mixin now going to find himself in the same position that Baja was earlier on in this match, fully eliminated. But their gameplay is still going as long as Blaha is still standing. And with that Nitro Splash in effect, might help Blaha close the gap to find a slightly better position.
See how fast Chimp and Scissors jumped in on Blaha's box right there, by the way. Yes. Had he not decided to move, that was it. So very, very great decision making there to go in and get pretty much dead center right now. Hound and Mason jump on what was left of his teammates' loot here. You have options, extra Nitro Splash to utilize here as well. Meanwhile, in the Storm, hello, Buga. How are things looking for you? Looks like he's trying to hit the little reboot van here to get Aviv back in the game. Seems like things are going south for Aviv and Buga right now.
Definitely not what you would expect, especially considering that this duo for round 3, they led in first place with 676 points. Tayson and Iamzo, round 3, they were second up, but they had 541. A pretty distinct gap that is a big indicator that Aviva and Buga, they've definitely locked in on a successful strategy for themselves for as to how they want to play this competitive meta, but that is a massive setback when you have to play for the reboot this deep into the match. So many players already getting situated inside of zone. Players claiming the low ground, players claiming the edges, and they're going to have a little bit more influence for some of those late stragglers like Aviv and Buga when they start trying to rotate in for exactly where they can rotate through.
It's pretty exciting seeing Miro and Pink in such a strong position as far as overall material, loadout, look is concerned. You know, we haven't really gotten to highlight Miro in the last few seasons. But let's jump in with Rise here. No Ager, solo right now. Still somehow above the threshold with the elimination, so things looking pretty nice. All things considering here for Rise is he's not going to have too much to worry about this zone. The time to move is now. There's the rest of his teammates' loot. He's going to pick up what he can here. Oh. Like, how do you prepare for that one? You didn't even
don't
hear them coming. You just see the builds get broken straight into.
It's so chaotic, and poor Rise, man. He just popped one Nuka-Cola, already forced to expend his second one. A very valuable resource for a solo at that, and now he's just down to 2 final splashes. He's got at least 95 left in that Club Rave Fizz, but at the same time, Monster, without any sort of white heals, he's essentially forced to try and play on the backside. He's looking for a slightly later rotate, hoping that nobody notices him, kind of ending up towards the edge of zone a little bit after the fact. And I like this slow play position, though, from Rise, and wouldn't be surprised to see him come up with something big.
I just love how the Nitro Splash is so valuable. Even though he's solo, he's like, I'm not using it yet. If I can get it without it, I'm going to do that first. Seeing how there's still hope in the game here. Meanwhile, Acorn and Cold, long awaited in the storm. Nice and safe here. The first to put pressure on those on the outskirts here. Wow, holding strong though. Continuing to make very good decisions. Finding himself zone to zone now, inching his way towards the first set of placements. Meanwhile, Shadow comes blasting his way into Hound's box there. A little bit of damage as he starts to float across. Look at the elimination counts here for Iamzo and Tayson. 5 so far for the duo.
900 above as well for that Storm Surge threshold. They are sitting pretty, especially with this kind of loadout. Iamzo taking a look up, peeping where height is actually located, and now probably only a matter of time before Iamzo and Tayson look to either make a play for it themselves or just claim it outright. They've got Pink and Miro in their sights. They're gonna opt to rotate through the low ground for the time being when so many Nitro Splashes at their disposal. They're gonna be able to pick their moment at the perfect time, hopefully. Have to wait and see how that plays out for them, but Ozone Lawrence, we saw Ozone with a massive clutch earlier on up against the likes of Ritual, and it seemingly paid off, seeing them this deep into the endgame. But Pink and Miro, they have quite the high ground build established.
I want to know whose idea was this. This
Stinking.
is a crazy ramp out. Set up. Solidified right now. Aviv super hurt. Just misses the opportunity to pick up the elimination right there. A lot of damage players right here. That's a massive tag as well. So surge concerns, none for Pink and Miro right now, but finding eliminations and getting refreshes are going to be a big one on the mines right here. Meanwhile, the low ground, Tayson and Iamzo. Like virtually unlimited Nitro Splashes right now for these zones right now. There's only 3 zones left. They can pop these almost indefinitely if they wanted to at this point. Just play out the low ground positioning. Front side of zone, love where Acorn and Cold are. Also putting themselves below the terrain to not be broken into, you know, those indestructible land masses are going to be so crucial to recognize. The little things.
Almost wondering, well, we just found out Pink no longer with Miro. That's gonna be a Nuka-Cola that he'll be forced to use as well, and it's gonna actually be Bucky and Okus that have seemingly overtaken height for the time being. Granted, Bucky probably wishing he had a little bit more material count, but at the same time, MDF, this is a strong position. It's all about suppressing that secondary height. Clix and Veno seeing if they could try to make a push of their own. Bucky, though, that's going to be his last Underworld dash that he had readily to use. Iamzo and Tayson as well. See them pushing ever steadily. 1 layer up, 2 layers up. And again, wouldn't be too surprised to see them try and make that same play for the high ground that we just saw Bucky and Okus go for.
And they have the maps to do it. They actually have the maps to out marathon, if you will, Bucky and Okus's position right now. Meanwhile, Pink just staying alive. Cold and Acorn from the front side of zone get the advantage of teams rotating towards them. They find Noxie here, and that's going to recap them as well. Very, very rarely do we see a game stretch this late with these amounts of duos and this much material count to work with. So we're going to see that no one is safe right now on high ground by any means, just given the amount of material count here on some of these elite duos that are still in the game right now.
And just look at all the Flowberry Fizz that Cold had there. Bucky and Ocus, though, they've done a decent job so far. They've been holding their ground here up above the rest of the lobby. But again, with Nitro Splashes in effect, Monster, you have to expect that it is only a matter of time before another team decides to try and barrel through or look to possibly chop them down from height. Crackly and Roller now looking to try and control the low ground, but bam! Snacky not gonna allow that anytime. Now to Roller, he's forced to play out his med kit, and he's just trying to outlast the storm at this point.
Yeah, he's gonna have to walk his way to the edge here to stay alive. He's just stealing away placement points while he can. Meanwhile, Acorn and Cold get broken apart here. Acorn by himself now. The prime positioning, unfortunately, not going his way this time around. Finds a moment to jump onto Magia, grabs the wall, finishes him, has to defend up against Snacky, gets the finish. Those are the desperate points that he was looking for here. And Snacky, although he has the splashes here, he did not find a successful way into the build here. I don't know how Acorn is still standing, but he does remain in the conversation right here. So far, so good. Meanwhile, on high ground, Snacky finds the high ground position. Bucky and Ocus broken apart as well. Ocus is down now. And it's looking like all solos minus Tayson and Iamzo.
Tayson and Iamzo thought they were going to make a play for height sooner, but it seems as though they were content to just completely control the low ground instead. Tayson, again, finding another knock, just assisting alongside of Iamzo. Both of these players, though, doing such an excellent job at tarping forward. They've got completely...
Well, Ocus the build here. I don't know how Acorn is still standing, but he does remain in the conversation right here. So far, so good. Meanwhile, on high ground, Snacky finds the high ground position. Bucky and Ocus broken apart as well. Ocus is down now. And it's looking like all solos minus Tayson and Iamzo.
Tayson and Iamzo thought they were going to make a play for height sooner, but it seems as though they were content to just completely control the low ground instead. Tayson, again, finding another knock, just assisting alongside of Iamzo. Both of these players, though, doing such an excellent job at tarping forward. They've got completely uncontested ground laying out in front of them. It's only Acorn with 4 HP just about as they break through his shield. Acorn trying to make a massive play. Good side jump. Snacky actually going to be the one to find Tayson, though, in the feed.
Finishes him off there, and just like that, Acorn levels the playing field. Look at the HP counts. No one is safe. Iamzo falls into low ground, and now it's Vino, the king of EU here on the NA region, looking to lock in this first win potentially, but Snacky dips into the storm with the early heal here. It was a little too early, though, if you ask me. Vino walking his way, the smarter move to stay alive. It hits the shot for the credit of the elimination there in the end.
That's just extra.
The NA duo
comes.
That and hey, NA time.
You saw that. And sometimes Born, who was snack in the game.
Not the flash cast.
What has happened? There's 3 teams turn chaotic. Look at the standings. Let's see how things kind of went after just game number 1. Again, very chaotic. That Nitro playing a big factor. No box is safe. But as we kind of turn attention to these standings, guys, there's 3 teams that are kind of leading the pack here.
Yeah, I mean, why don't we talk about the duo that was doing extremely well? I mean, when we first tuned into them, Tayson and Iamzo, they had 5 eliminations in 8th zone. It's like, whoa, where did you guys pick up all of those eliminations from? Of course, ended the game with the most as well, with double digits, 10 right there. And what a play style from them, right? It seemed like they were able to... I mean,
it is very...
We got
Game 2 is here, and that is exactly how you want to get it done. Lock in a big win, put yourself up at the top of the standings, and then keep pumping your way through the weekend here. Well, we'll see what's going to happen here as the battle bus starts to deploy the players off the bus here. This time's going to be a lot different. Game 1, worth noting, was a pretty northern bus zone. So all those teams that were contesting these, like the Red Line Ridge down south, right, it really does become a level of finesse when it comes down to landing. And we already know there's a several amount of teams being contested. This zone, though, or this battle bus in particular, is going to allow these teams to have a little bit more of a shotgun run and go drop spot. Let's see how it's going to work out. Cease tries to find some protection, and it works out to at least keep him alive a little longer, allowing Jack to get the better hand here. And this is different from the last game. So Cease and Jack 1-1 now up against the power duo.
But what a clutch there from Jack. I mean, we all saw it. Cease, he had nothing off of that initial drop, but Jack immediately picks up the leftover pieces, closes out the fights. You have to respect the emotes. They're letting Alex and Worthy know this is not going to be a free POI here at Restored Reels.
If players could talk to one another anywhere but here. Take a look at the highlight at the Red Line Rig. This is looking like a little bit of deja vu for Crackley and Roller. They jump in, they get a couple eliminations. And once again, they're going to be the last team sitting on the throne so far.
Still potentially another team to clear out, though. But the action just continues to ensue everywhere else. Isho, Separovac, Pleasant Piazza is all theirs for the time being. And now it's all going to be emphasis on just securing their loop path and deciding where to next. Have a feeling they could find themselves looking to make a rotate potentially for a forecast tower. But again, the world's kind of their oyster at this point, given that when you start off with those early eliminations, MDF, it's just a nice amount of surge that you're confirming super early on.
Yeah, and on the other token there, or the other side of the token, you know, you have people like Muzz getting to sit out for an entire game back-to-back. Just really tough spot to be in either way. Bacon, though, solo right now, on the run. Duo chasing in, and map awareness coming into full effect here as he knew exactly where he wanted to go hide. Right underneath this bridge here. It's Roxanne and Dax. We already saw them putting up numbers in the previous game there. No strangers to early battles or late game fights.
Granted, they're trying to be on the winning end of an early fight this time around, considering how lobby number 1 actually panned out for them, where they tried to contest the Roller and Crackley initially at Red Line Rig. Seems as though they've reverted back to their initial starting point at Sandy Steps, but they are certainly looking like they're intentionally avoiding that early contest with Clix and Benno. Possibly scouted out Bacon, and we're hoping for just an easy cleanup since Bacon is a solo.
Yeah, they're 100% looking for Bacon. They're probably thinking, where did this guy go? Rising Agers right now. A little early to be fully boxed up. What is happening here? A lot of teams in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Bolt and Bryce taking that quite literally. They're like, we're not going to allow anyone to just be chilling right now. It's time to fight. Early surge battles, and of course looking to position themselves up. Ritual on the run right here. Nitro splashes coming in to the benefits of Bolts and Bryce right now. Worst spot to be in.
Both of these teams are just zooming right now. Bolts and Bryce still giving a little bit of respect here. Massive tag, though, out of that Gatekeeper. But it's not a hammer pump, so Bolt, he's still going to have to confirm at least one more if he wants to take out Ritual. Bryce tags from behind, but again, it's going to come down to Bolts to try and close that distance. They haven't had a chance yet to recuperate their shield, so a little bit of a risky play here, but it could have some massive payoff for Bolts in the long term. And sure enough, Ritual, he is down to his final bits and pieces, definitely left in tatters, and if he's not careful, he might run smack dab into another team directly at Grand Glacier, and that alone, Bolts knows this has gone too far. He'll just cut his losses. Would have liked to pick up that elimination onto Ritual. Instead, he knows if he pushes any further there, he'll wind up getting eliminated himself. And at this point, Bolts and Bryce, they've already done the damage. It's the forecast tower that they were after here at Dumpenhausen.
Yeah, Ozone just essentially gets delivered. Ritual with a free elimination right there at the top of that mountain. It's going to be Raps. Meanwhile, Blaha mixing. Saw last game, Blaha left by himself there, unfortunately. Come that mid-game rotate, coming laid out the Storm. We're caught on the edge of the zone. Let's see if they make adjustments to their playstyle. Bugha and Aviv back as stylish as ever. Very reminiscent of Major 1 when we saw their appearance. Okay, sitting on top of Pilot here.
Yeah, it's an early rotate from Bugha and Aviv. Coming out of Classy Courts, they're definitely looking to see if they can potentially pick up an elimination or two onto Pilot and Flix. But from what we saw out of Flix in the last lobby over at Rift Island, he's definitely got some very strong aim. But Pilot could be in a world of trouble here. Bugha has been tagged just a little bit, and it does seem as though there is a potential third party looking to fire some shots over towards Piney Lane. It's bound to attract some attention with the amount of pistol damage that Bugha is trying to apply to these builds, but Pilot and Flix, they know better. They're just playing side by side. They're essentially telling Bugha and Aviv, this fight's only going to continue if you make sure that you come to us. And at this point, a decent amount of materials having been expended as well by Pilot and Flix, so they just don't seem all that interested in this engagement, though.
I do love how we get to highlight, though, Aviv's prowess here, as he led all player eliminations, 99 elims in round number 3, just really highlighting the fact that Aviv does and has had his incredible moments throughout this season so far. Sitting amongst this best of the best players. Essentially round right now. This here, though, we have to jump in with Cold and Acorn. 2 angles onto Snacky and Mazia. They have no idea Cold's behind them. Something, though, tells them to block a wall behind them, playing it safe. And Snacky, though, no roof there. Cold immediately initiates the fight here. Already under the effects of the bash there to be able to get inside with the Nitros and see how it's going to play out here. This is what Cold does best, cutting off his opponents here. They own the top layer. He owns the bottom now as well. And just like that, before they even recognize what happens, each player picks up an elimination. Cold and Acorn come out ahead. Max material count, all the damage that they were looking for, and that's our second place team there. So they're immediate competitors as far as the standings are concerned right now. It's going to jump them straight ahead.
Yeah, it's definitely a massive shutdown by Acorn and Cold.
A huge setback, right?
Exactly, and it's going to leave Snacky and Mazia in a position now where with the 4 remaining lobbies, you know, now they've got that thought in the back of their mind, hey, maybe we have to worry about this Acorn and Cold rotation each time, because they're looking to try and make that move through Deadside instead. Cut off immediately. So I like the adjustments, though, from Acorn and Cold, and love that pincer maneuver as well. It's just a classic, really, from those two. You see Acorn on the front side of the boxes. You got Cold pressuring from the back. It just doesn't leave a whole lot of wiggle room, and it can be tough to micromanage what's actually occurring when you have the Nitro splashes as well, just tearing through builds.
And you have someone who just performs, you know, at his peak when he can take you and be aggressive in a box fight engagement. So Cold has, quite honestly, everything that he needs going for him, and Acorn couldn't be more, you know, have a more suitable duo. We already know that they are, I guess, now becoming one of the most long-standing duos that at least are remaining, right, in the current stage of the, you know, the FSCS as far as the last couple of years are concerned, and they just will continue to perform. I do expect them to be at the top of their game, and the season so far is shaping out to be a very good one here for Cold and Acorn. But Vixen and Blaha, story continues for them. The rotates are in. We gotta love the Nitro Splash, allowing teams and players to utilize this unlimited sprinting. That alone is such a powerful, powerful addition to have onto your player. Vino as well. Alongside Clix utilizing to get their rotate going.
You can see what Veno has in his sights as well. Seems as though they had positioned a little bit earlier on for that forecast tower, but big trouble here for Tayson as Yamzo gonna get picked off. That weapons bunker might have just been their demise. We saw Yamzo run in there, and it only took moments, seconds for Disaster to strike here. Edgy just not letting up the pressure anytime soon. But Tayson is just better. Massive shutdown here as Tayson continues to hold his own. This is so winnable currently for Tayson. You have to imagine that a little bit of panic starts to break out in this kind of circumstance here for Death.
Can we just talk about how deliberate that setup was? And Tayson might just do it again here and find this elimination, utilizing the Nitro Splash to break through the walls now. Secures his elimination. Death is so incredibly hurt right now, but you could just tell he had nothing but bad intentions the moment he walked into that room, positioned himself up, and immediately turned around for the fight. It's like you walked into the trap, the villain's lair, and you had nothing you could do to defend yourself against it. In fact, we should just watch it back one more time. Walks in and just boxes up, teaches Edgy a lesson for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Nitro Splash can definitely empower you, but barreling in blind at times, it can come at a pretty steep price, because that's going to be a tough spot as well for Death to even look for that reboot card. And with that reboot van directly next to where Tayson was at, have to expect that he's going to look to be able to bring Yamzo back into this one. It almost really seems as though Tayson was just annoyed at the fact he's like, what are these two doing? Why are they bothering me and my duo? But yeah, that is not the turnaround that you would want or expect from Edgy's position.
It's really cool to see players that have the capability to perform as a solo really thrive in the current kind of state of the game here. The Nitro Splashes, the cola, right? You just have all the arsenal that you need to either rotate or fight, right? And whatever's your playstyle can perform. Focus and Bucky here. Gonna take a standoff against Cold and Acorn. They don't quite want this, though. It seems like they were looking to back off, but third party comes in, and all of a sudden now, here comes Acorn and Cold, giving them exactly what they wanted, a piece of a fight. Cold's gonna find his first few tags, and you can see he even pre-popped the Cola here, getting into the battle. He's gonna go for the second now as well.
Another tag connected onto Acorn. He'll be able to recuperate his shields, though, as Okus and Bucky, they look to just tag team next to each other one more time. They were a little bit split there, trying to take separate engagements, one applying pressure onto Acorn, the other onto Cold, but they recognized the fact that they needed to reunite. Their best odds whenever a third party gets involved is just to sit tight for a moment. They know Acorn and Cold aren't going to want to just key them when there's another team applying pressure from elsewhere. And Bucky, he's made himself and Okus' strategy very well known. I mean, they're playing for bunkers and Rift Island every single game, and given where Rift Island had spawned in at, can't say I'm surprised to see Bucky and Okus so willing to try and hold down that position.
Do keep in mind, Tayson and Yamzo are playing off the reboot, and now look at this, right back in the game as if they never had that little hiccup occur in the first place. A third elimination as well, assuming that they probably picked one up fighting for the bunker here to get Yamzo's loadout back in order. Vanillas and Convict on the Rift Island here. The second time now. Seems like they've decided to go ahead and fight for this. They've got much more company this time around here and a lot earlier.
You have to remember, too, a lot of these teams seemingly hurting for materials. Paco, though, what he needs right now is brick more than anything else. And granted, there is plenty of it to be found on Rift Island, but when you are in the vicinity of several other teams,
Acorn,
things can definitely get pretty treacherous here. And yeah, Cold Acorn, they might have seen Bucky and Okus head up to Rift Island, and they wanted to pick up where they left off. But things aren't going to be as easy as they might have originally seemed when they tried to go for that initial 2v2, because now again, you've introduced the interruption factor, these other teams on Rift Island that could potentially come into play. And keep in mind, after that first lobby, this is our 4th and 5th place teams on the leaderboard. But Cold and Acorn, they seem as though they found a little bit of a direction, a little bit of leverage. They're going to try to play things through the actual house itself here on Rift Island, and they might be able to sneak up on Vanillas and Convict, but it's Bucky that they're going to encounter first.
This is big for Cold and Acorn. I mean, what's going through their mind right now is that they're in a situation here where they need the upgrades, but they also need the loot. They need more material, right? They're not quite set up for a big splashy endgame. So an elimination here, finding a full pickup would be quite favorable so far. They've already found some mini shields. They've already gotten a little bit of mats off of this. What more can they steal now?
Well, for a moment, they were almost in a lot of trouble, but the damage threshold seemingly jumping up in their favor. Bugha attempting to rift in and immediately gets knocked out of the skies for it. Well executed play there from Vanillas and Convict. They're just steadily aware, but like the fact that they bailed out of that position from Rift Island. Just too much company for their liking. Rather create some space, box up, and then look to see where they should head next. But they might even be able to scoop up another couple of eliminations if Paco and Forteca aren't careful.
I will say, all credits to Bugha. Like, how do you know if there's 4 teams on the Rift Island, right? You know, from his perspective, he's hearing shots go up above.
It's probably just
Cold and Acorn. Yeah, he's like, oh, this is a great time to rift. They're fighting up there. No, because meanwhile, there's also Vanilla just, you know, up top, not necessarily engaged in the antics happening up here. So, all in all, a little unlucky. Those kind of things are gonna, of course, happen. But Cold and Acorn feels like they are starting to overstay their welcome. And I mean, Ocus has got to make a move here. I don't think the Nitro Splash is going to give him any extra whites, so it's all or nothing here now.
At this point, Ocus knows that he is toast. Acorn going to get credit for that elimination. Nitro Splash immediately running off. Now it's all about heading into zone themselves. Bucky likely picked up earlier on by the duo of Cold and Acorn. We'll actually get a moment to take a look back at that action, because right now, Cold, we talked about it earlier on, this guy loves to contest other players, especially when it comes to these box fights, and that is a massive bash through the wall and just bashes through Bucky's skull at that point. There is not much left to do when you just immediately receive a shotgun pump to the face.
Live standings update puts Clix and Vino up in second, trailing behind Tayson and Yamza right now. Mero in pink. Didn't have a donut game last round. They earned a little something here. Now is where things are going to start to really pick up the pace as we are approaching placement thresholds. A lot going on in the distance, but no opportunities revealing themselves from Mero and pink just yet. Much more favorable position. Look at this. Vino and Clix have eyes on the entire low ground and plenty of boxes here to choose from.
What matters right now, though, for Vino and Clix is if they can control this current position. They don't want to allow any other teams to box up close by to where they're currently located. So it's very important for Vino. He's just adamant as ever, trying to apply some tags, apply some pressure. Those teams a little bit further out. Yamzo and Tayson, though, continuing their steamroll. 6 eliminations now to count. They have definitely been turning on the Jets here in this one. And it's crazy to think about because, again, they really did take a pretty early hiccup due to Edgy and Death. And yet it seems as if there was never any interruption at all.
I am curious as to what is this team's secret to success right now? Is this the second game now, back-to-back, we've seen them leading with eliminations this early by a pretty wide margin. And not only that, we're talking they're coming out of a peaking, you know, duo Cash Cup performance as well. So there is clearly something that this team knows or understands about the current state of the season that others are just not quite getting. Talking about pretty desperate duos and positions are concerned. Aviv and Bugha not looking too hot right now. Aviv is a solo, just a singular Elim at the moment.
It's looking like a slightly better game here for Day and Redux, but they'll find themselves, at least Redux, with an elimination here as Miro, Pink, looking to pick up the other now onto Day. They spotted out the fact that at least one of the pair had gotten knocked earlier on. They knew that they could just charge right in off the Nitro Splash, and again, good little materials refresh that they seemingly needed. A couple of players kind of hanging towards the backside of his last zone, but Ozone, curious whether or not he's gonna be able to find the tags that he needs to get himself above that damage threshold. Right now, the Storm Surge is seeming like his biggest opponent.
I was gonna say, we haven't seen Surge last very long yet. Although this is only the second game. Look at this, 10 eliminations now for Cold and Acorn. I might have spoke too soon for the likes of Tayson and Yamzo with the elimination leads. Conversation. And then Cat material as well, so not any pushover duo they just took down. They took down a team that was very well suited for an end game there.
This is just very much looking like it's like a feast or famine. The teams that are succeeding, we are seeing them just max material count, plenty of shield, ample nitro splashes, and then you've got players like Ozone that are just struggling, depleting every single one of their shield resources that they have. And for what? Because at this point, Ozone, he's just looking for that one extra placement, just a little bit more. Maybe he can find that tag that he needs to come up big, but it's gonna be so difficult. If anything, he could play spoiler here for Crackly. Currently, Ozone though, missed the opportunity. You could tell that he wants to go back for more, but at the same time, when you're dealing with the likes of a duo as a solo, but he's just desperate. He needs damage, and he has to find it now.
I think he was looking back and probably thinking that Crackly was a solo, given the limited amount of tags, and honestly, it might be working out because they have to surge on top of them, and Ozone barrels his way in, misses the down body though, and those... Oh no, he did get the tag, okay.
Oh my...
There's the damage he needed. He's at a single HP here. I mean, do you even use the Fizz at this moment? I guess the 15's not gonna do much for you, but it's better than nothing to give him some HP to work with here. He needs that loot, and he needs it now. And there he is, gonna start ever slowly working his way towards it, still very much cautious. There's a fish. There's 4 fish, okay. That's actually a major find right now.
But is it enough is the real question. We are watching Ozone, though, just continue to try and secure placement points, if anything. That extra elimination definitely paying off for him, buying him just a couple more seconds, if anything. But when you look up at height, it's all about Vorteca and Paco. And they are fairly far up currently, MDF. Without the Boombo, you would think that height could be free, but the chop out, not going to be too much of a threat. Vorteca is still at an Underworld dash to use, but now it does expose them to that secondary height layer and potentially getting overthrown if they're not careful. They've got to make sure that they continue to suppress these lower layers. Otherwise, they might find themselves getting chopped again, but this time eliminated.
Yeah, we have yet to see a team take height that early, that high, and be successful. For Ozone, he's just fighting a completely different demon down here. He's got no surge, he's solo, barely any shield to work with. Whatever overshield is going to give him the confidence at this point. And this is just a tough spot, but he is clutching up, doing his best. Already we've seen him earn at least 10 points on his own here, which is massive. Clix and Vino still alive there. Tayson alive as well. Here's Clix and Vino's perspective. Looking a little worse for Wares. A lot of heals to work with, but no time as they're in a race against the clock here to get to the front side of zone. They're looking up, trying to get this back-to-back right now. The edits are open.
Again, Paco and Vorteca relatively high up. Vino and Clix likely gonna look to start chopping sometime soon, but they're still trying to be careful. Cold didn't see it coming. Gets knocked and taken down there by Miro. So one more time, we're gonna have to see how Acorn is going to operate throughout the rest of this match. Miro, he's got the option there for the Infinite Nitro Medallion. Not sure if he actually had an opportunity to pick it up or not, but he knows he just got to keep tarping forward, keep things moving.
Look at high ground.
Because the moment that he slows down, they're going to look to take over.
Vino looking to defend height right now. Is this Bryson Bolts trying to go for it? It's going to cost Vino everything and clicks. And in the end, it cost them the material, no eliminations. And Vino has to opt to jump down now as Bolts tries to chop them out, but the damage has already been done to both parties here. Clix and Vino respond accordingly there. And now 40 mats remaining. That's just 4 builds if you do the math here. So very tough position for Clix and Vino, but not impossible to secure the win now, as all they would need is a small refresher here. Bulls hit by another team, so Sphinx, Paco, Dukes. It's just a melting pot of action happening here on the mid-ground layer. Sphinx breaking his way into the builds, met with a huge shotgun shot. It is just tough stories unfolding here. And Miro wants nothing to do. He's like, all right, I'm just gonna take the placement points. Let me just heal this one out. Ride slowly here into the sunset.
And Veno and Clix, though, they've done a decent job at just maintaining their current height leverage. The zone maybe going to do them a slight favor here. Click's going to opt to drop, though. He didn't have any builds. He's just looking to get eliminations, cause some disruption towards these teams on the low ground. Veno going to drop another layer or two. And again, just working his way down. Knock after knock, elimination to secure it. Veno going back to back here with the victory royales.
I was going to say, the moment I saw the cliff getting the zone pulled over it, that was it. All Veno had to do was ride out the safety of the zone, and he does just that. And in valiant efforts, Clix, of course, jumps into the mix there to throw his hat in the ring, put his damage down, and in the end, they go back to back now. And all right, I think eyebrows are being raised here on the NA region with Vino and Clix absolutely popping off right now, playing exceptionally well, and you just don't get any better than this. There's the tag onto Pars. What a beautiful, beautiful shot there to win it all. And Clix and Vino do it again, this time in even more spectacular fashion, as Clix was a part of that conversation all the way through to the end game there.
You can just tell the amount of trust, though, that Clix had in his duo. Typically, when you see a team in that kind of position, you might maybe have them contemplating, okay, do we split the little bit of materials that we have left, give Clix at least one wall to work with? But no, Veno, he said, I got you. And, well, the rest is history. Game number 2 has been locked down one more time by Clix and Veno, but we'll be right back with even more game action after this short break.
You say, oh no, it's already starting. Well, if you look at the leaderboard, it's not just ending with Clix and Vino. It looks like a lot of the predictions of these European duos have kind of fulfilled themselves. Tayson and Yamzo in second place right there, 32 points behind Clix and Vino. But of course, we have our Major 1 champions, Acorn and Cole in third, and Batman, Bugha, and Rapid, a duo that has really been shining in the last few majors, sitting in 4th place right now.
And to back that up, right, even look at 5th, Pink and Miro, yet another duo that's got this NA-EU hybrid. You know, Vivid, this is just the first 2 games of major number 3, rather. But wow, it is kind of next level to see what is happening in NA right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's super, super crazy stuff, right? And there's so many teams that are kind of coming over and so many powerhouses that are being formed that I even heard Aussie Antics kind of talking about this, is that there's so many being formed that Pink and Miro are one that's kind of flown under the radar. But I was watching this duo, and it seems like they actually have a pretty nice flow and good, you know, like chemistry already established in the duo. So this is actually one that I'm pretty excited about. And not to mention, you know, in game number 1, we saw them kind of leaning into an early height hold, early height take. So it'll be exciting to see how they develop as a duo and what strategy they lean towards.
I love that you say chemistry, because that's exactly what I think of with Pink and Miro. Even though they are a new duo, they just have such good synergy going on for them. And that was something that I was a little worried about for Clix and Veno. If you watch back their Cash Cups, just the vibes weren't there. And I can't wait to go back and watch their streams from today's games, because I'm sure it's just night and day of how the vibes are going.
It's tough, right? Because not only would you expect some of these duos, you just kind of put them together and things would be amazing. You're like, oh my gosh, these amazing names, and now they're Titans. But then, like you're saying, Kelly, you look at some of the Cash Cup performances and you're like, what's happening? But then we put them under the lens of an FNCS Major number 3. We're trying to qualify for globals. And suddenly they turn the heat on. They hit the Nitro Splash and say, which box did you want me to punch through, Zeke? We want one of them top 10 placements. Yeah, this is kind of insane, you know. And again, this is just the first 2 games of just week number 1, right? We still have 4 more games on the day. We have a next week to kind of figure out what does the rest of NA do against this.
I don't know. It's going to be tough, but I thought we were going to see, I mean, we still did. We saw a good game out of Acorn and Cold, but they had so many eliminations throughout that game. I mean, we tuned into them, what was it, like 8 zone, and they had 8 eliminations on Cold. But another duo, of course, that did very, very well that game is going to be Tayson and Yamzo. Early eliminations for them as well. Kelly, you were asking, like, where the heck are they getting these early eliminations from?
Yeah, I think just running, if you run into the pathway of Yamzo and Tayson, it is just going to be done and dusted for you. Yamzo, even when he's low, he's still going out strong. And from Zone 7, they had 6 eliminations. They were 800 above Storm, and I really like the way that they're going with dead side rotations. By doing that, they're allowing themselves to kind of position them into an advantageous spot to grab these early eliminations. So that's exactly what we're seeing from this duo right here. But just some big names right now in our top 10. Of course, I do want to give a shout out to Baka and Pars, jumping up 40 placements. But of course, it's game 2. So much can change in the next 4 games, Zeke.
It's a crazy time, NA for sure. 4 more games to go here. I think, okay, so what happens if we go the back-to-back? If they get 3 Victory Royales, we just start globals, right? Everyone's cool with that?
No.
Cool with that?
We'll play it out. This isn't grands yet, Zeke. Slow it down.
All right, okay, you got me. All right, with that being said, though, enough playing around. We got to jump back into all of the action here from Major number 3. This is day number 1 of it. So, casters, back over to you.
Definitely. Well, we're feeling pretty good after all that action there, and I still can't believe we're even looking at a standing here on the NA broadcast where we get to talk about the likes of a player from Carmine Corp or Team Falcon up in 1st and 2nd. Just incredible stuff happening here, and I mean, they're keeping us on the edge of our seats, aren't they, Taco?
Yeah, at this point, I think the only thing that would be the real cherry on top for this week 1 performance out of Clix and Veno is if they can confirm a Victory Royale as a duo. Currently, it's been Veno holding down the reins for those final moments. Granted, Clix nearly made it to the end there, and he did have a huge upset factor for some of those teams on those lower layers, given that he dropped early on. He plays a little bit of disruption, gets those eliminations, but we've got lobby number 3, the halfway point, underway.
That is right. Game 3 is here. A quick recap of 1 and 2. Clix and Veno. That's it. They win. They shut it down. And they do it in spectacular fashion. My, oh my. Are we off to such a fun start here for the Major 3. It, you know, really, really does highlight the fact that these battles in the early game and just the roster right now is so exciting in its own. And talk about fun fights. Team Power versus Cease and Jack. Cease and Jack, this is a 1-to-1. Cease and Jack winning game 2's early battle against this team here, but Alex and Worthy taking game number 1 and making the best out of it.
All CSAS currently, though, harming your SMG. Found a few Nitro splashes, though, and that's going to be enough to close the gap. Gatekeeper up against SMG, and it's going to be a W for Cease. Jack on the other side of things, confirming the other elimination there. Alex and Worthy, Oceania has been confirmed, knocked out of this lobby. Current score count 2-1, leading in favor of Jack and Cease.
I love how Cease's immediate response is the continued sign. You know, just the words on it. Anywhere but here. Zooks and Bacon in the battle. Veno and Clix finally getting what we thought they were gonna be met with this entire server. or lobby day. And that is a contested fight here for the Sandy Steps. Roxanne putting pressure in from behind. It's not looking good right now for Vino and Clix at all.
At the same time, I think the primary issue currently is that all Veno has to offer is a couple of Thunderburst SMGs. Granted, one of them is a purple, but Roxanne, if he's got a shotgun, which I believe he does, could pose a serious threat here. Veno and Clix, they're just trying to be smart. They're aggressing at the same exact time. That's the easiest way to seal the... I believe he does. Could pose a couple of Thunderburst SMGs. Granted, one of them is a purple, but Roxanne, if he's got a shotgun, which I believe he does, could pose a serious threat here. Veno and Clix, they're just trying to be smart. They're aggressing at the same exact time. That's the easiest way to seal the deal here. Veno and Clix continue to hold it down here at Sandy Steps, and while that might have been a temporary setback, it's not going to intervene too heavily here. We will get a chance to review what actually happened for that first elimination. And Veno, that aim, that precision is exactly what you can expect him to deliver on every single time.
Well played as they wrap up the 2. And well, you know, Roxanne and them were second guessing, landing on Veno and Clix. Now they know why.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Now they know why. They know exactly what is in store for them. So good on Clix and Vino there. It's not like they really had a problem with Surge, but that's just going to sweeten the deal for them that much more for this game here, setting themselves up for success. Batman Booga and Rapid maintaining this top 5 position right here, flying under our radars, but Kelly said it best. They have continued to perform well and be outliers amongst this NA roster.
Just a team that likes to play for positioning more than anything else, placement heavy kind of scorecard, but hanging out by the underworld. Do think it's important to highlight the fact that Day and Redux going to be one of the teams that also drops at that POI, and Redux very openly stated on socials, hey, we are keying at Underworld, and we saw them in an endgame where lobby number 2, lobby 1 didn't necessarily pan out in their favor, but it's obvious that the sentiment is there. They are looking to try and be as aggressive as possible early on. So it could be a fight that Batman, Booga, and Rapid won't have any other choice but to conflict with.
Let's watch these highlights right here. DeRoller, Crackley getting active here at the Brawlers. Looking very good for them, and now moving right back to their home drop, the red line rig. See, all this desert biome is going to yield out this cactus here to allow them to keep their inventory looking stacked and max out their shields for the mid game. Acorn and Cold on the move right now. This could be a fun fight up against the likes of Yamzo and Tayson. Shots coming in. Tayson has no idea. Cold's right behind him, and Cold and Miro, again, with Nitro on hand, is always going to be scary. I'm just going to start looking to these controller players that are in peak kind of form to be the highlight, you know, players to look out for right now. I think the meta just suits them so well.
Fortunately for Yamzo from that current position, at least not in Cold's inventory, didn't see him have those Nitro splashes readily available, so that could be part of the reason why he came to a halt there. Maybe waiting for Acorn to catch up. But Booga and Aviv are round 3 leaders. They were first. They had a commanding lead over round 3. And considering that it's a rather significant drop as well, MDF, I mean, you're looking from top 1,000 to top 50 to make it into round 4, and yet it's just been one struggle after the next for this duo here today. Part of it seemingly being that they have just really struggled with their mid game. The rotates not necessarily coming as easily as they might have hoped for, and when they're playing so far north of the map, coming out of Classy Courts, we've seen them already try to get aggressive with Pilot and Flix, who are, again, as far north as you can be at Piney Lane, and it just continues to be this reoccurring theme of challenge the teams on the north side of the map, but they might be spending a little bit too much time with those challenges, and it could be a big part of the reason why they've had so many struggles with their mid-game entries.
I'm more surprised Bugha and Aviv haven't been able to close this fight a lot faster. Like this
Dak is crazy.
This is the problem they're having right now is they're fighting a team that, yeah, I mean, they're just fighting a team that arguably seems to be, you know, on their level. But AB gets a little over confident there and jumps right into a 2v1 box. And then you have Paco looking into put his influence on the fight here. Bugha looking for what was left of Pilot. He had no idea. He was just sitting there in the water. Aviv's going to be the first to spot him. This is how it should go, right? They need to end these battles so much faster so they can actually have time to set themselves up for a strong mid-game. Otherwise, it is not going to go well. And this is why they're sitting down at 32 points. I mean, they're not completely out of the competition by any means, but there's some adjusting that needs to be made if they want to make it into a big final setting and perform well.
That might be their fastest time to elimination yet, though, up against the likes of Flix and Pilot, and that alone could be a massive switch up in terms of how their mid-game actually ends up developing for the course of lobby number 3. But again, we've got the replays. Just really break it all down. Aviv and Bugha charged through with the Nitro Splash into an immediate bump shot and basically left Pilot as a sitting duck there in the water. Nowhere really left to run after having lost his duo. And Lavish Lair story continues to develop as well here for Batman Bugha and Rapid. They're looking to just try and gather whatever material they can from this POI, but things have definitely been kind of tough for this team considering their current resource count versus where you might have initially expected it to be at by now.
Not looking good for Crackley right now. Blaha Mixon jump in. D-Roller on the low ground here. Needs to get up and support his teammate now. They'll end up regretting it, but Mixon ends up backing off and D-Roller dashes past him too, so very interesting situation unfolding here as they both tried to disengage, and it all makes sense now because Acorn and Cold have rolled up onto the scene here very dangerously. And everyone runs in fear now, but if they stay here, give it a couple moments, Cold will come barreling through the builds. Promise you. And this is the same thing we saw from Acorn. Very, very sneaky side angles. This is the setup.
So fixated on Cold, who was still hanging out by that flaming Busu, but Acorn didn't get the leverage he was hoping for with that side crouch approach. Does have a couple of Nuka-Colas, but Slurp Cactus gonna replenish him instead. That is until he gets dinged from afar.
Headshot? What was that, a body type from DMR?
That's a big Hunter's DMR tag right there, and I thought it was gonna be trouble for Mixon and Blaha initially because they were originally looking like the team that was gonna get caught in the middle between two others. Instead, Cold and Acorn, and they might want to be the ones with more of a heads-up overview, considering that Acorn eating that big shot, and it doesn't look like he wants to stick around for any more. Good trades, though, from Cold. Does lose his shield, but when you have 3 shield potions, not going to really be that much of a problem. Nitro Barrel as well as another Slurp Cactus to just continue replenishing some of what has been lost here out of Cold's HP and shield bar.
Yeah, really nice so far. Might have to actually sit on this Cactus for some time here. At least play the desert biome. Continue to get some more shields. There it is. All too expected, but Cold and Acorn now it's spread out as they start to regroup here.
Ooh. Saw that lion icon on the map over at the Nitrodrome, which means that Ringmaster Scar's medallion has yet to be claimed. Almost anticipating some more action to pick up over near that POI. Teams possibly looking to scurry in to see if they could potentially third-party whatever duo manages to actually try and confirm that medallion early on, because infinite ammo, even without the boom bolt, still a massive impact on a lobby.
Infinite is still infinite. All right, like that's just it. especially if you're, you know, decide to switch up your loadout a little bit, possibly even go with the SMG, right? It just gives you options that you wouldn't otherwise have.
Or if you're able to get your hands on the team that has the Machinist combat AR, that Mythic could go crazy with the infinite ammo. Right now, Convict looking to go sicko mode himself. And it's a nice cleanup crew after the fact. Vanillas and Convict, each with 1 elimination apiece. Probably feeling pretty good about that. That was a nice little refresh for them as far as the material count is concerned.
Yeah, definitely a strong elim right there on Tapaco. So gonna put them at 2 right now. Got a ways to rotate now, though. See the standings updating for a second there. Top 20 team dropped out, pushes Vanilla up to 13th. Meanwhile, Snacky and Magia, last game, unfortunately, got eliminated a lot earlier when they came in the top 3 position, then fall to the hands of Acorn and Cold. And a very, very deadly exchange. And a big setback for Snacky and Magia. Not looking good right now for Pink and Miro. Seems like aggression starting to set in here. Pushing Miro pretty low, but I guess it was worth it. They get to pick up the material here from the team that they eliminated. Now, if I had to guess, it's probably a pretty drawn-out fight. You can see that even with the Pink pickup, Pink barely has extra material to work with here, so has cost them a lot and probably not exactly what they were looking for. So they will have to keep fighting here. Into the zone they go. All right. So they're going to go clean up what's left of these 2 solos in a fight here. Oh, Pink! No scopes. The DMR hipfire onto Rain there. Finishes him off and breaking through the builds now. Miro trying to put up, and there it is. Okay. Still, though, barely any mats, but a lot of points earned there in those exchanges.
An engagement ended almost as quickly as it started. Same can't be said here on Rift Island, though. Okis with the Nitro Splash, looking for an escape. He's got 20 seconds to work with of that infinite stamina. He's just gonna holster up currently on the side of Rift Island, though. See if he can regenerate a little bit of shield off this Flowberry Fizz. Has to hope that he doesn't get spotted out. Bucky still knocked, hasn't been fully eliminated just yet. Could be Okis hoping to wrap back around, maybe come up big. He's able to find an elimination, because for the time being, it seems as though Muzz, Trashy, they might be a little bit distracted here. And Okis, if he gets close enough, saving Bucky might actually come true here. I'll have to check back in, though, with Rift Island, because again, the action is taking place everywhere on the map currently. It's Cold and Acorn. They've found an elimination. We'll get a chance to see exactly how it went down. It's a classic burst through the box, straight into the hammer pump. And that's the kind of, again, mechanical fragging prowess that we know Cold is always capable of.
Yep, and when you give him the ability to break right through your build, it makes it that much more easier for him. Off in a distance, not looking good for Dukes. There it is, Mixon helping with a knock there, and then the finish onto Sphinx. Mixon rewarded with the eliminations credit there.
Looks as though Feno and Clix could be lurking, but no. Mixon.
Cold and Acorn.
Vlaha, yeah, this is who they're gonna have to worry about. Vlaha already taken note. He's just trying to reconvene with his duo there. Is Cold, Acorn. They've got a slight overhead view, but it seems as though they'd rather just keep things moving. We've been so accustomed to seeing this team with at least 3-4 eliminations by now. The fact that they've only managed to secure 1, definitely indicative of the fact that they have had their own form of early encounters. And you know, from afar, that's where the third-party interference comes into play. That 4-time scope coming up big.
Yeah, I was looking at Mixon's elimination count. I was like, well, I know you got the down finish, but they only have 1 elim. Who took the elim? It's Vino looking out the scope on that DMR. So much damage. Even now, though, Acorn and Cold from 1 rotate into arguably the best team in the lobby right now. Iamzo, Tayson, but look at how they play it out. When he's got that Nitro Splash and he can break in, He is just so deadly with it, but 2 can play that game. Tayson claps back now. And you are looking at a very high-level engagement here where no one wants to sit still. Acorn has to come into the rescue to try to support one another, and it's second and third going head-to-head right now. Doing all the dirty work for Clix and Vino if they end up taking out one another.
Yeah, but Cold maybe getting a little taste of his own medicine in that circumstance. This is no fold-over duo by any means. Tayson and Iamzo, they're more than happy to sit tight for the time being, possibly even spotting out the fact that a team from Rift Island could potentially be looking to apply some shots if they're not careful. That's why you can see these boxes coned on for the time being. Acorn and Cold just trying to figure out, do we want to make this approach or do we want to just keep our rotation going strong? And Nitro Splash comes out. Those two are gone. Iamzo trying to pay them a little goodbye visit with the Hunter's DMR, but won't find any success with it just yet. The other thing it's kind of important to note, though, is that we see players all the time with these like Hunter's DMRs. They'll have like the 4x scope. I did find it interesting that Veno was actually utilizing that Enforcer assault rifle with the 4x scope. Have to think that it could possibly just be he didn't manage to actually find a DMR to put that optimal scope on, but could also just be, you know, a Veno classic where he makes do with what he's got.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hybrid decision, right? You can always at least follow up the rapid fire behind the shotgun, but let's watch Muzz and Trashy here try to make a play right now off the Rift Island. They have the launch pad to work with. Fizz is going to come out. They're going to opt to take them both for the road here. And up and a ways to the new zone they go. They see teams lurking above as well. Muzz, what are you thinking, buddy? You just didn't get what you wanted? All right, there it is. Do it again. There's the effects.
Higher.
Higher.
Trying to go further. Ooh. End of the road there, though, for Batman, Bugha, and Rapid. Cleanly picked off here, but Snacky and Magia, they're not out of the thick of it just yet. Relatively low. Not the greatest resources as far as what they have to offer in terms of their shield replenish status, but again, beggars can't be choosers, and from this position, Snacky, he knows he's just gonna have to utilize that one Nuka-Cola that he had to offer and hope that the several other teams in their direct vicinity aren't gonna choose to jump into their box just yet. And that's the other problem too, though, MDF. You never know when a duo is just gonna come tearing through your wall off the Nitro Splash, especially a team like Acorn and Cold. I mean, these guys have just been on a rampage, just about.
They played this super smart, though. This rotate, well-timed, and straight through the underworld. Couldn't have worked out better for them now, and they're marking the map here. Not content with being down in this ravine here. Very exposed position to be in. Here's Aviv and Bugha on the other side. Much longer rotate to make right now. Their Flowberry fizzes out. There goes the Nitro Splash, and they're gone. Very little, yeah, sight lines on them. You can see it's like everyone's down low. A little dangerous crevice down there. Bad spots to situate in.
But this might be one of the best lead-ups that we have seen so far for an endgame as far as Bugha and Aviv are concerned. I mean, they have not had a whole lot of success with the first two lobbies today. So at the halfway point, match number 3 of 6, they are looking to make their mark here. Iamzo and Tayson catching the attention of the rest of the lobby on this rotate. And Iamzo, he's not going to be able to press forward any longer. Some big drops there for the team that just picked them off. And Tayson won't even get an opportunity yet to go and try and claim his teammates' loot. Instead, it's going to be Curve with all of the benefits alongside of Tyler. Those Nuka-Colas, the mats. That is a massive refresh there for Curve and Tyler. Meanwhile, it's left Tayson in a little bit of shambles.
Yeah, you can see it was just a combination of things, right? So many teams seeing these fresh builds fly up, and they were too desperate to try to find good positioning, and now it just all starts to crumble backwards here. Not looking good for Tayson. He gets collapsed on by the remaining duo, Tyler and Curve, picking up Tayson. And that's going to be the first we see of a top 3 team fall in this lobby here, giving Vino and Clix all the more runway to keep expanding this lead here. This is just a qualifier, but it is also, you know, it could be argued that we're seeing an early sample size of who understands how to play this meta.
Yeah, it's not like any of these players are not taking this seriously, because again, you want strong series points. Granted, making it to a weekly finals is bound to put you in a really strong position for the upper bracket, as is for semis, but at the same time, developing that synergy, continuing to build on your chemistry, that's really what we're witnessing currently from a newly formed duo like Clix and Veno. Convict Vanilla is with another one. Noxy just never had a chance to see it coming. And now, Convict, a little bit of momentum here in his stride. Scott Vanilla's right next to him. They're just breaking down walls the old-fashioned way, just shooting through them. And massive benefits here as well. The Machinist from Dalian up for grabs currently. Convict hasn't had a chance to nab it up just yet. Instead, too much pressure being applied by Magia and Snacky on the other end of the wall. They're going to actually opt to fall back.
Yeah, they were getting Nitro boosted at. Somehow managed to hold the walls just long enough to keep them blocked out there. Could have been all bad. Meanwhile, Bugha and Aviv absolutely accepting the chaos down low, giving them the free reign to build this high ground position here. They're at 7 eliminations. Okay, so talk about making up for lost points in the previous games here. Really picking up a big step towards the right direction here. Snacky and Mazia doing the same as well. 2 elims now. Things are starting to add up here from a game 2 dropout. It wasn't just a fluke so far. Snacky and Mazia somehow, some way are setting themselves up to be in the conversation as a strong NA duo, and this is a new pairing. I'm very impressed with this team. Of all the teams we've seen so far, the new NA teams popping up with one another, this is one that is definitely outperforming by my expectations by a long shot, and they seem to only be getting better. Let's see Acorn and Cold right now on the move, the outskirts as well, playing these very wonderful rotates. We're always going to see Acorn and Cold trying to set up at the very spear point of the moving zone here. And look at this. The tides have changed. Clix is now the healthy one here, trying to keep Vino alive.
Oh, but look at Vanilla's trying to chop out Hyde instead. Gets chopped themselves. Bugha and Aviv continue to hold their own here on the high ground. An excellent defense of their current territory, because they know the high ground is going to be their best shot at trying to confirm a victory royale in this one. Snacky, Magia though, continuing to make the magic happen here. They're utilizing some of the natural map defenses. Grim Gate providing them some coverage from the team on height, but they still have to worry about all the players. Nitro splashing in from behind. Cold Acorn clearing out Bryce from his box. 6 eliminations now as well for this duo, but they could do with the material refresh for sure.
Almost top 10 now. And this is on the Grim Gate, right? So they could jump down and pick up the Underworld Dashers at any time. So this game can truly go either way right now. No one is safe, even if you're Bugha and Aviv up on high ground right here. But talking about not being safe, Vino gets the wall broken into, and a team dashes right in with a full drop kick. It's Trashy from behind, getting the finish there. And now Clix has to play medkit here as he walks his way to the storm here. There it is, finally finds himself a moment into the safe zone. Just 8 builds though. They were already pretty desperate and then finished off before the top 10. Still a great performance. Someone had to stop Vino and Clix, and it just so happens to be done here and now. And this is Snacky and Mazia's time to actually close that gap, but the elims, they're so far behind. You weigh them up against some of the others, and that is what they need. They need more big shots like that. Miro's still here. Can't count him out at all. Putting up numbers for him in pink. Looking good as he works his way up off that ultimate low ground now.
Miro's just looking for a moment of relief. All he wants is to get off these small shield potions, replenish as much shield as possible. but the zone continues to close in. Aviv and Bugha, one of our only duos remaining, and they are looking to stake their claim here for this Victory Royale. Aviv with that confirmation of elimination. Bugha, Aviv, it's only a matter of time now. They've got the 1 versus 2 scenario, and just like that, Aviv and Bugha from the depths have
Everyone else is looking to catch up to them right now. You've got Pink and Miro jumping up 3 placements after that game. But if we look at just this top 4, it's still pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I want to kind of just talk about the overall points. This is something that we were kind of talking about after we got done watching EU. EU's first place finished with 225 points, and everybody was like, wait, like, how in the world are the points so low? And for some reason on NA, 186 already just after 3 games have been played. So a little bit of a different switch up in terms of how the games are going, you know, team to team, especially on NA. But yeah, those 3 places jumped up for Pink and Miro. That's huge.
Yeah, Pink and Miro showing up right now, and they had it from a pretty strong point. Miro and Pink, though, got a little low there, and Pink actually went down. Miro having to solo clutch up and zone 11 there. But what I really loved watching Pink and Miro here was once Pink went down, they're kind of on the low ground, and Miro switches from low ground to mid ground because he knows that low ground is just so dangerous. So playing these solo clutches is so important. We know that so many of these duos, it doesn't just come down to how well they perform as a duo, but how they're able to operate as a solo as well. And here we see Miro on the low ground, jumping up into the mid ground, though, to heal himself up, grabbing lots of eliminations as well.
They're starting to get rampant. Everyone's starting to heat up, right? They're like, okay, look, we've had a couple games, we're all warmed up, we're all locked in, we're trying to place as high as we can because we want a total of series points, we're trying to make it to semis and then grand finals, right? Because those 10 spots, the global championships, look so enticing. Another duo that performed well in this last game, Muzz and Trashy. These guys are popping off. Like, it's crazy that we kind of just look along the landscape of just these first 3 games. We're like, dude, there's so much talent happening here in NA.
Yeah, they had a rough start. I mean, their first 2 games, they went down 46 plates in both of those games. There's some early game troubles, but finally we get to see them play out a game. And I was honestly really, really excited for this duo because, you know, Muzz is honestly regarded as one of the most mechanical players on the region. He always figures out the new, like, mechanics or how those new items kind of work in his season so quickly. And, you know, unfortunately for Muzz and Paper, it kind of just wasn't working out. But now Muzz kind of has a different IGL in Trashy to kind of lead him. And I was excited to see how that was going to work out.
Yeah, they're contested at Pleasant Piazza, but I don't even think it's necessarily Isho and Sprite that are causing them issues. I think it's because they're smack dab between Pink and Miro, as well as Clix and Vino. And if you go just a little bit east, well, that's Tayson and Niamzo right there. And the way that these zones are polling have definitely not been super favorable, but that's not going to slow down Muzz and Trashy. And I love bringing up Muzz's name because he's really the first international player we've had, right? Going all the way from OCE to NA and then NA converting to NAC right here. I feel like a lot of people kind of stole a little bit of the strategies from Muzz.
Sometimes you're just a pioneer, right, Kelly? Sometimes you just kind of know the meta and how to kind of shape things up, as Vivid was mentioned. Also, Vivid being the original pioneer of all things Fortnite, which is actually a true statement. I was kind of making a joke there, but it's actually kind of true. We're almost getting ready here for game number 4. So what have you guys maybe seen super quickly that has maybe impressed you after just these initial games?
No surprise, High Ground seems to be actually I thought High Ground was really crazy at the start of the season, of course, with Nitro Fizz being enabled and with their removal, with them being vaulted. I honestly thought that High Ground wasn't going to be as contested, but the first 2 games, honestly, people were going for it, but third game was a little bit different. Nobody really fought for it.
What I've noticed is the difference between NA and EU, and we already touched on it a little bit, what Vivid was saying, how EU got 225 points for their first place. And I like to see kind of the distance between 100 points, what separates those players, because that's one good victory royale and a few eliminations. And 100 points away from first place was all the way down to 22nd. But if you look for North America, the difference of that, and after only just 3 games, is around 6-7 teams. And I think what we're seeing from North America is this skill separation. The skill ceiling for some of our top teams is just so high right now. I think it's really showing up as well with these European players too. I love to just see everyone elevate themselves.
Beautiful stuff.
Here's a question, right? You start off with this very very aggressive pacing if you're someone like Vino and Clix, and the real question starts to settle in now. Is there a way for them to keep up that momentum and then carry that type of momentum into the consecutive weekends? Because that is really all that's going to matter here, as again we've seen a huge shift right in just the meta this week alone, with how many items were removed and adjusted, and all of this is going to play, you know, its part as the weekends start to continue through, especially if we see something brought back in the later weeks. So I am very interested. This is going to be a very, very long season as well, just as far as the overall competitive, you know, calendar is concerned. So this first week, yeah, sure, we get the sample of kind of how teams are going to be able to perform, especially with some of these hybrid duos. But all in all, I do think we have to continue to just keep our pulse on the competitive rosters, because there's going to be a lot of shakeups. Just like Jack and Cease right now are shaking things up here, trying to go back to back with the drop here at the restored reels. They're up 2-1. Can they make it 3-1?
It's definitely looking promising. I mean, at this point, Alex and Worthy, they might just be sent back to the drawing board. It's only a matter of time now. What looked like was going to be super favorable. Instead, the turnaround ceased down to his final 6 HP, but will avoid the embarrassment by confirming that elimination. That was nearly a massive play, though, out of the Oshi fellas. And, well, unfortunately, it is a 3-1 in favor of NA still. But, again, discourse continuing for some of these other teams across the map. Veno and Clix, one more time, having to defend their turf here at Sandy Steps. They've still got one team potentially lurking. But even if they're local, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to pop out anytime soon. It's more so up to Veno and Clix to try and clear out Sandy Steps efficiently.
Yeah, and we've seen other upsets happen, of course, with that first game one, Day getting eliminated in that 2v1. But let's take a look here. Vino works his way up. Roxanne tries to set up the ambush, but wasn't going to be good. Vino boxes him up, finishes it out. Meanwhile, NPen and Pumps, first we're seeing them. An early game fight like this, they end up winning their drop. This is way off to the east here. Every season we kind of see these weird ocean fights, if you will, in these random little scrappy areas. Here's Dukes and Sphinx, another fight going on right now. Not too far off from the others at the Mount Olympus. Looking good right now as Dukes gets the tags here. Doesn't even want to give them a chance to heal. Love that.
Definitely a nice confirmation there. Dukes and Sphinx, you can tell they're feeling pretty good about it as well. A little emote celebration after the fact, and that was quick. How fast that Dukes and Sphinx, they rotated out of Brawler's Battleground, their initial spawn point. But again, Day, Redux, their intention is to just be as aggressive as possible. Lin attempting to escape here, but it's up to Antonio to try and go on the defensive. In fact, Day immediately gonna shut that dream down. Redux, though, having been knocked as well, it's gonna put Day into a bit of a pickle here. Doesn't have an opportunity yet to use his Flowberry Fizz. Lin with the health advantage for sure as far as those shields are concerned. Day's gotta be accurate as ever with this hammer pump. Trying to see if he can find the shot, but no, won't be able to connect. Enough damage there to take out Lin. Still does leave Lin in a pretty precarious position, considering that there is a third party now rolling into the underworld. So even after collecting Antonio's reboot card, whether or not Lin can actually full-on escape might not be possible because of Miro and Pink.
Yeah, he's got the effects of the underworld dash though, so we'll see what's going to happen with Link. But hold up, Yamzo knocked here. Tayson, the one standing. Cold and Acorn, third partied by Team Crackley here from the Red Line rig. And they're actually going to back off. Cold and Acorn have a decision to make, though. Do they want to stick around and try to fight Tayson off? They are probably thinking he picked up a Yamzo, but they couldn't be more wrong. And rather to be safe than sorry later, Cold and Acorn actually back off, and Yamzo and Tayson honestly get to count their lucky stars and see another day there.
also potentially been Cold maybe scouting out that there was another team on the horizon that could have posed a pretty massive threat there. When it comes to this turf between Brutal Beachhead and Redline Rig, it's not uncommon to see that third-party interference, especially when you factor in just how powerful some of the medallions that could be up for grabs. That is quite the draw-in factor for a lot of these teams. Just now checking in with Rise and Azures. Currently situated just outside of the Nitrodrome, but they don't seem too pressed at the moment to really want to do anything else other than maybe look for a couple of surge tags from teams in the surrounding area.
Just one to the west right now. They have these walls up, so they're aware there's teams in the area. There it is, thermoscope's out. It's got a little glimpse of the players in the drop, but nothing just yet.
Small surge base.
Yeah, a little mini bait on the rotation device. I like it.
Blanc and Max probably don't even realize the fact that there's a player in this bush, but Batman Booga will make his presence known. Didn't connect either of those shots there with the Hunter's DMR, but has now put Blanc on high alert and spoke a little bit too soon. Batman Booga finds his 60 tag. And again, if Blanc and Max weren't already on high alert, now it's certain they don't want to allow any more freebies here for Batman Booga or even Rapid. Try and find. Pretty interesting positions though. Batman Booga and Rapid, they've just got two bushes essentially staked out. Rapid's gonna be the first to ramp up though. And for a moment it looked as though he was gonna get a little bit more active than that, but instead opts to fall back.
You gotta remember Batman Booga as well and Rapid were holding at top 5. Jump back in with Link. He was on the run, so it does seem like he escaped the grip of Pink there. And straight into another duo for elimination, but let's see what's gonna happen here from Pilot and Amy. This is the team that was given, you know, Booga and Aviv quite a hard time in game number 1 and 2. Not so much so in game 3 where they picked up that Victory Royale and turned things around. They just lost track of him. He is now long gone. And this is the opposite side here, down south. Cold and Acorn continue to take fights here. And not only are they, you know, looking for action and being in the action, but they're going up against teams that are on the standings. Every engagement so far has been with a top 5 duo. Maji and Snacky being one of the few to jump back up after getting eliminated early in game 2.
This is not looking good though for Magia. Unfortunately, won't be able to go for the revive. Instead, has to drop entirely to a low ground position, trying to stay as hidden as possible, but it's of no use. Crackley, again, applying even further pressure. Roller and Crackley at this point, they can choose to try and chase Magia down, potentially having recognized in the fact that he's currently a solo. But if they're not careful, Acorn and Cold, they might just choose to wrap back around. Although, granted, Cold maybe pumping the brakes a little bit, considering that he didn't have that much as far as his loadout was concerned. He only had 2 weapons in his inventory, so has to play it safe.
Well, the Nitro bash coming through the walls here. Aviv and Booga have to back up. Luckily, the bunker was honestly the deciding factor between Aviv being boxed in for a second there, and down they go. They want to claim it first here. And even opting, you know, more often than not, teams will actually finish the fight and then come down into the bunker because you kind of give up the advantage, right? So this is very, very interesting that they go for it first here, and now Paco and company have a decision to make here. They have the advantage in the battle, however, they've lost all access to the loot down low, so if this drags out, they're just going to exhaust the material and the heals down here.
I respect the brute forcing, though, out of Aviv and Booga. They did not care who was on the other end of these builds. They wanted this weapons bunker more, and they got it. Their efforts were not in vain. The Nitro Splash It's going to be the real differentiating factor. Same could be said potentially for Muzz. He's up against the likes of Jojo Fishy and Aoxy, trying to see if he can run them down. Just needs to connect one time with this hammer, but at the same time, trying to make sure that he's got all sides covered. Doesn't want to eat any side shots from a third-party team that could potentially be lurking nearby. Muzz, Trashy, they're going to look for a new angle to approach and attack. They can likely hear that Nitro Splash go off as well. So perhaps waiting for a pre-fire off of the hammer pump could bode a little bit better for them instead.
At this point, I'm just going to call it the Bash Splash, because I think they're going to decide soon to get straight into the box here. Muzz and Trashy's effects should be wearing off right now since they didn't actually use it. They popped their Nitro Splash and then didn't jump outside the box there, so you can see they're actually running out of material. I feel like they should have done something while they had a chance to. All in all, though, Jojo and Aoxy decided to utilize theirs to go ahead and rotate away. That's going to buy them a little bit more time here to at least extend this game here. It does seem like they're sitting on the more or less center of the zone. It's still very early, so there'll be plenty of time to bounce back here, and the beachfront will be the place to be for now. That was a close one for Muzz and Trashy.
It's almost like both ends were kind of utilizing that Nitro Splash as a bit of a front of, hey, we've got at least 20 seconds that we are boosted with Nitro, so do you want to charge us or not? You know, pick your poison kind of ordeal, and can understand the hesitation for either side to want to look for that engagement. Veno, on the other hand, really nice shot placed there from the Huntress DMR. 4-time scope, again, continuing to prove its worth when in the hands of Veno. He's been able to confirm some really solid surge damage for himself and Clix, and I'm sure Clix is putting up his own numbers, but Clix should be careful. A little bit split from Veno, and Zooks kind of lurking nearby on the low ground. Bucky and Okus, though, they're right back to their original, what they believe to be recipe of success. They want Rift Island. Bucky, though, looking like he got tagged up pretty heavily while taking the Ascender up to the top of Rift Island. Granted, if they're able to take this capture point really early on before some other teams can look to try and intervene, that'll be the resource replenish that they're looking for.
Now, most teams set up here and do what Bucky's now doing, try to like full box. But they are playing it very risky here, keeping it a little light defensively.
Boy.
And you see why. That can be a bit of a questionable move to make. All in all, though, things should be pretty okay with them. They do get to secure things. Yeah, Reet and Ritual. Reet and Ritual have been quiet, unfortunately, on the day. It's by far one of the tougher performances from King Reet and Ritual here. But there are still 3 games. This game, and then, of course, the last 2. So you can start slow and end off a lot better. But, you know, these are the limited chances to do so now.
Yeah, and the good news as well for Reet and Ritual, as I'm sure a lot of these teams are already aware, even just qualifying for round 4 here, this finals in week 1 has basically confirmed their spot in semi-finals upper bracket. So definitely a bit of relief here, because you can tell that there's still a pretty big adjustment period kind of taking place with the introduction of this new competitive meta. The Nitro more specifically, you touched on it earlier already, MDF, but that removal of the Nitro Fist, the emphasis now onto just those Nitro Splashes and barrels has really made a pretty steep impact here, and Rift Island successfully defended. Bucky with a nice knock there onto Blanc.
Oh.
Max forced to drop, but he's fallen right into the clutches of Reet and Ritual potentially.
It looked like Reet and Ritual had that fight locked in, and then Ritual unfortunately slipped off the little 2x2, so they're just gonna back out. This is the furthest we've seen them in any game so far, and that's pretty sad to say, considering we're not even at the 6th zone just yet. So Reet and Ritual want to make the best of this opportunity they have right now, but I'm looking at the loadout for Reet. He does need a little more, no big shields or minis to work with for the late games. Meanwhile, Cold and Acorn, very similar situation as far as bad loadouts are concerned, but they've had a very well-off tournament start for this first qualifier, Major 3.
Right now, Cold, he's just got to be very peculiar about who he picks his fights with, because if it's a war of attrition, it's going to be a difficult one for Cold. Doesn't have a whole lot of shotgun ammo to work with on that Gatekeeper. Acorn as well, with an unfortunate tag from afar. That's going to be a big chunk of his shield now depleted. Does have 6 small shield potions, make that 5, and a little bit of Flowberry Fizz to work with, but at the same time, he knows that the Nitrodrome is going to be bumping with action. Acorn immediately barrels through a box, finds a massive tag, Degen's assistance. He's going to get knocked here in the process, and Cold, just for the certainty measure, making sure to back up Acorn immediately, and this is going to be the amount of shield that they need to feel confident and comfortable with their full approach onto the Nitrodrome.
It's nice to see Acorn picking up eliminations like that. Really stepping up to the calling here and finding mid-game elims. That's not something we've seen very often from Acorn and Cold, right? More often than not, if it's happening through the hands of Cold, and then they make it to late game and things kind of unfold from there. But right now, we're watching them get very, very active in the mid game, and it's good. I think it's showing well in the standings. You know, the last major before this, they were highly contested at their drop, and their early games were extremely, I would say extremely hindered by the fact they had 2, sometimes 3 teams landing on their drop in Major 2, but we could be seeing a very much standout Acorn and Cold performance. If they can continue to have that runway in the early game to set themselves up to have the momentum, right? To take battles comfortably. That's what I'm catching so far, but get a load of this. Bugha and Aviv trying to heal right now, and then Rift out, but oh no, Bugha was just actually eliminated, so Aviv's by himself here. This is tough after coming off a pretty big point swing for them last game with that win.
It's even more tragic when you factor in that they're currently over 800 damage above that surge threshold, so it's not like they've been struggling to confirm damage onto some other players and teams. It's really just getting caught up through these mid-game rotates that have seemingly posed the biggest threat for that duo so far, but Aviv, certainly someone that can make something work given that current position. I mean, that amount of surge is bound to help him out with developing some strong positioning rotates later on. But Snacky and Magia, they're also looking to try and bring this lobby back to life for themselves. Snacky, though, still decently below that damage threshold, burning through his shields as well. It's Dukes and Sphinx that are looking to try and hold him on the edge of zone. Snacky knows that he's got to keep things moving forward, but it's just the tags that he's worried about. And unfortunately, they are just not coming his way. And now, just kind of scrambling at this point. No more small shield potions. Fortunately, Surge gonna turn off for the time being, that player threshold having been met, but Dukes and Sphinx are still with the upper hand here, if you ask me, MDF. Given that they could potentially just look to try and hold Snacky and Magia as long as possible.
Yeah, I was looking at the situation and thinking that they had to, you know, be pretty desperate to take the fight, but they read it even better than me, and I don't even have the pressure of having to be in the game. They were keeping eyes on the tabs of the player count, so good reads on them. It's you know, not favorable, of course, to be so far below, but there's a chance to bounce back here for Dukes and Sphinx, though. Much different conversation. They're above the threshold pretty respectively. Reet and Ritual being the ones to box up first in the new zone. Like we said, this is the first time today, believe it or not, that we're seeing Reet and Ritual actually in what is now developing to be an endgame. Snacky and Magia know that they have to fight, and look at this. The patience starts to wear They jump on Iamzo and Tayson. Little do they know, it is the likes of an Iamzo and Tayson, but Magia gets caught from a different duo in the distance there. And now what was the little bit of a lead they had in that battle has all been turned around, and Snacky tries to get back to his old mats. He made this rotate, but it's already been taken over by the likes of Iamzo and Tayson there, and that's going to be all Shroud. The fall damage actually finishes him off there. GG.
Simply an inevitable elimination, though, if you ask me, MDF. Just not a whole lot, if anything, for Snacky to work with. But Iamzo and Tayson, they did get spoiled a bit, but Tayson taking down Reet in a matter of seconds. Ritual will manage to keep them afloat for the time being. And if you can confirm this revive, that would be massive, but it does seem as though
the fall damage actually finishes him off there. GG.
Simply an inevitable elimination, though, if you ask me, MDF. Just not a whole lot, if anything, for Snacky to work with. But Iamzo and Tayson, they did get spoiled a bit, but Tayson taking down Reet in a matter of seconds. Ritual will manage to keep them afloat for the time being. And if you can confirm this revive, that would be massive, but it does seem as though those shots, those shield breaks, might have drawn the attention there of Dukes and Sphinx. They were looking to close in on Reet and Ritual's position. They could scramble for that third-party easy cleanup confirmation here.
And that third party dropped the bag. They were literally firing at them and then just stopped, completely putting pressure on. So Reet and Ritual get lucky. Call a spade there, because otherwise that was wraps for a moment there. But hey, they do get to play this one out a little bit longer. Meanwhile, the position of high ground held by both Bucky and Okus, not by much, but it is enough to give them visibility on the map here. Zone starting to shift south now, so folks are going to be on the move here. Acorn solo needs to find tags, needs an elimination here. Refresh as he's starting to run out of material. This is desperation kicking in. So he moves up to try to even farm what he can here.
Do you think it's pretty crazy, though, that throughout the course of today, our top 5 in the leaderboard, every single one of those teams has managed to make it all the way through 5th zone and counting here today. So it's evident consistency is definitely key for a lot of our leading teams. As Bucky, Okus, they've worked their way from Rift Island now to a relatively strong position, trying to see if they can control the flow on the rotates. Instead, they're going to take Baka and Pars head on, pop the Nitro, but Okus lit up the moment that he tries to jump across here. You can see Bucky trying to see if he can provide a little bit more coverage, but success so far for Okus and Bucky. At least they forced down Baka and Pars one more layer to secondary height.
I really love that. Like, that's one way to just take height, right? It's like, all right, time to SMG rotate. They just open with SMGs. You can't sit there, right? No. It fires too good, regardless if you're in full momentum. So Okus and Bucky once again are on high ground, and I actually love that we're watching a OG team like Okus and Bucky play for height, because like NA has had this problem of teams not really trying to solidify themselves on high ground as consistent high ground teams. So there is still, like, in my opinion, this void, this gap in a play style that was somewhat long lost and forgotten, of just go for height every game, no matter what. Like, there was a point in time where there were teams that would just do that. So
yeah, when the Mythic Boombo was in play, or the Boombos in general, a lot of teams just felt like gaining height was impossible. But since its removal here, everyone knows height could potentially be up for grabs and free once you secure it. If you're able to successfully defend it, could be part of the reason why we see Bucky and Okus trying to stake their claim for the high ground so early on. But I like this little maneuver out of Clix and Veno. They're just biding their time, working their way through the mid-ground layers. They've liked to hover in that secondary height position before taking a stab at height themselves. But the front side of zone, low ground, so chaotic currently. And Veno, Clix, they've snuck up. Veno, massive tag there. Bucky immediately drops to low, Clix gonna eat some return damage as well out of Ocus, but Ocus without his duo, he knows it's a full bailout at this point. So the Nitro Splash is only used just to disengage. And Clix and Veno, decent materials count, much better than what we saw for them in the last lobby at least.
I like what Clix is doing here, actually supporting Veno before jumping down, and now Clix is going to play the high ground here as Veno's giving him a chance to shine here in this endgame. Meanwhile, Mixon down on the low ground of Blaha, turning online here with 5 eliminations, finally breaking into those triple-digit point thresholds here. And this is one of those teams you wanted to highlight from the Europe that were coming on into the NA region and putting up a strong position here on the standings. They're doing just that, but it's a top 5 for them there as things simmer out. And, you know, Baka and Pars are always going to be that sleeper duo, flying under the radar, making their way into this endgame here. They've been contested for the last 3 majors, but have still shown up to every finals and put up great performances here. Meanwhile, Batman Bugha on the low ground has done it again, making waves here for himself.
He might have a strong mat count, but how long will it truly last? Considering Veno, Clix, they're able to connect to a pre-established Surge Tower. That's somebody left behind here just south of Restored Reels. Victor and Poppy, they're trying to make their way through this low ground turf, just dropping to ultimate low ground now, hoping that nobody else tries to intervene. Batman Bugha caught in the middle of it all, but Clix and Veno, they've just got so much overview over everyone else. Batman Bugha finally shut down, but he might have done all that Clix and Veno would have needed, because now it's just Victor as a solo and Veno bashing through the wall, connecting with that Gatekeeper shotgun. Another victory royale on the day. They were already our first duo with multiple VRs, and now just adding a third one to the count, Monster. This is getting a little bit ridiculous.
Just an incredible performance right here. 4 games, 3 victory royales, and this time it just gets better. Clix is actually alive here, and they're just working their way up the stepping stone here. I mean, just dangerous all around right here. This is what we thought we were going to see performance-wise, but I didn't expect to see this many victory royales here. Veno making it look so easy here, representing for their teams, and you couldn't be more proud. And not only that, we all know Clix is doing it live, right? Like, everyone's watching with the front row seats with his community. So just a damn celebration, all things considering, Taco.
Yeah, that is just absolute insane work by the two of them. And I'm happy because I did ask for it earlier on. The only way to make it better is to see the pair make it all the way through for that Victory Royale. And they found it here in Game 4. So we'll be right back with Game 5 and even more recap of Game 4 after this short break.
Before that one right there.
It's all over the line. Matt.
Game that is
a little silly.
Put it on to second.
Sometimes.
And look at if they got a 3rd and 4th place finish. That is exactly what I want to see out of this duo. And look at them in 3rd place right now.
True. Sometimes people just build different, Vivid. Sometimes you just build different.
Or they're just from NA West, and that's why Kelly loves them. But Acorn and Cold is still holding on to second place, 178 points. But I mean, we gotta talk about the elephant in the room, the gap that Veno and Clix have actually established right now. I mean, 81 points being the difference right there. Incredible stuff from them. But another team that we saw, what was it? They went up like 40 places during that last game, and now like another 4. Baka and Pars with a resurgence towards the top of the leaderboard. And this is one of those NA duos who we feel like we always see towards the top of the leaderboard, right? They're very, very consistent. Some would say that they have a similar play style to that of like Cammy and Seti. Of course, you know, not Cammy and Seti are a little bit of a step up, right? Those are invitational winners. They've been to these type of events, but Baka and Pars just like to play passive and play for those consistent placements throughout these games.
They also consistency is what comes to mind from them, not just in their play style, but they're landing in Ship It Station. That's where they've been landing throughout the entire year. They clearly know this POI so well. And even being between some of the biggest names that we have in the competition right now, like Clix and Vino and Tayson and Yamzo, they are doing these early rotations that kind of gets them out of any kind of danger in the early game there. And obviously that is converting into a great end game. Game 1 was bad. They went off on drop, and now they've made it top 7, top 10 every single game since then.
You know, it's different, right? Like, it just comes on. Some of these dudes, they come online, right? Like, they're like, hey, we've had a few games. It's time to heat up. And once they get going, you can't really stop them, right? I mean, just look at this top 5. I want to go to Pink and Miro there for a moment, right? Though they've fallen those 3 places, we've had kind of these other duos perform well enough to kind of catch them. But to stay in a top 5, again, with this change-up of an EU and an NA duo, or players coming.
That's right, we're gearing. It couldn't be a better time to get your practice. Do also see crazy things happen. You never really know when it comes down to these 50-50 splits on the battle bus like this. So we'll see if Vino and Clix can make it off drop.
Yeah, but to be fair, we've seen quite a few different strategies try to be employed so far by Roxanne and Dax, and literally nothing has stuck. They've been throwing everything at the wall, and it's just all been bouncing right back and smacking them in the face. But there's only so much left to be done at this point. I think it's all just a valuable learning experience, if anything. But Restored Reels continues to be a hot topic, given that it's Cease and Jack consistently up against Oceana there. Veno Clix, though. Finally, we see Dax and Roxanne able to turn this in their favor. At least one elimination confirmed so far onto Veno. Question is whether or not they can find that next pickup onto Clix.
This is exactly what I was alluding to. The way the map was perfectly split like that, it just makes it that much harder, especially if you're landing down here south of the battle bus route. Anything can happen. Let's watch it though. Clix is gonna have to heal up a little bit here, gain the effects. Roxanne just gets his shield on, and Clix is gonna go with as much HP as possible. This is gonna tell us that he is gonna be sticking around to fight for it. But with a player down in that other building, he has to know that he has a chance to go for the card if he wanted to here.
It's almost surprising that Roxanne and Dax aren't investing more aggressively towards securing that second elimination onto Clix, because the longer they wait, the more time they've given him to boost up his shields. Sure, some good tags coming out of Dax. Gonna remove those shields almost as quickly as Clix was able to scramble them together, but now he's got his escape route opportunity here if he makes it through that flaming boost tube. Although, this is what I was asking for, MDF. Rox and Dax actually looking to confirm this elimination onto Clix. He is scrambling every which way, trying to juke in all directions.
Oh, another team rolled up. Oh my gosh. Another team rolled up. Aoxy and JoJo dropped Dax before they can finish Clix, who had no material, by the way. That's why he was zigging and zagging like that. It just... You can't get luckier. Like, what do you chalk that up to?
It's also, again, I pin that back to the hesitation that initially came from Roxanne and Dax. If they'd been quicker to the jump,
I agree,
they might have found that elimination onto Clix well before Aoxy and JoJo had the opportunity to come and third party them after the fact. But yeah, they definitely cannot catch a break, even when things look like they're finally shaping up well for Roxanne and Dax. They learn a very tough lesson in this one.
I'm just laughing. You see Aoxy throwing a clown emoji as well. Like, it's just all types of like little subtleties being thrown at one another. It's not looking good though. Clix surrounded by now Acorn and Cold here, who are likely going to get this elimination as he tries to double back. He's got no time left to actually pick up the reboot card of Vino. Cold is just closing the gap here. I was gonna say, is he trolling or is he gonna box him up? Like, I'm trying to figure this out, but no! JoJo and Aoxy come back. They are They're like the
Are they
little angels
bodyguards?
on their shoulder. They come to save the day, and they get all the eliminations here. Okay, so JoJo, he trolling, or is he gonna box him up? Like, I'm trying to figure this out, but no, JoJo and Aoxy come back. They're like the
Are they
little angels
bodyguards?
on their shoulder. They come to save the day, and they get all the eliminations here. Okay, so not necessarily save the day, but just eliminate everyone here. Oh my gosh.
I don't think you could ask for an easier cleanup crew. Aoxy and JoJo Fishy, though, they have put a shutdown here for eliminating Click, so that's going to be our first place team on the leaderboard. Left to sit and wait until that final lobby of the day, MDF, but they've got to be feeling pretty good, all things considered, with their current position. Good amount of points, good amount of series points as well that they've confirmed here today. Aoxy and JoJo, though, we need to see a conversion into a strong late game performance after the terror that they just put all these other teams through.
It's almost like everyone's like, yeah, okay, Vino, we're not just gonna let you do it again. You know, let's all rotate towards that drop and just see what's going on over there. And then it just becomes a melting pot. All these teams fighting here. I mean, Acorn almost caught in the collateral there, quite literally, due to the fact that Shadow rolled up out of nowhere. I don't even think Acorn's got the reboot card of Cold. He is just on the move right now. Maybe he does. He's got to have it, right? There's no way he's not going to pick him up. We've seen Acorn stay in the zone if he had to save his teammates. Oh, wait, he's going back. Oh, I guess he doesn't have it.
He's got to create some space first. He knew that it was too hot of a location. Too many teams kind of swarming through that desert biome. Made him quite uncomfortable with just looking to try and pick up that initial reboot. I respect the lap back, though. Sometimes you just got to take a lap. Take a lap and then come right back and see if it works out better. Bugha, Aviv, it's kind of been their story all day today. He's dealing with the likes of Pilot and Flix. But Acorn, though, efficiently punished here. Virgo and Shadow more than happy to just sit pretty and wait for that lap back around by Acorn.
Who's the duo? Aoxy and JoJo. These guys, they're real villains. They're the real villains of NA right now. I don't know what they're up to.
That's pretty dastardly, though, if you really think about it. I mean, 4 eliminations already staked here in second zone MDF exclusively off of playing cleanup crew. Like, yeah, you really aren't going to find a bigger villain of this lobby right now.
It's just like end of day jokes. They're probably like, all right, well, it is what it is. Miro and Pink right here. Well, let's think about it. Miro and Pink have a chance right now to finish first for the qualifier here. First place is out. That's a huge gap lead. Of course, Vino and Clix we knew that they had, but Acorn and Cold, now that they're out, that was their, if anything, their nearest competition. So Miro and Pink have a opportunity now, very rare opportunity, as do Yamzo and Tayson. Yamzo and Tayson, of course, starting off extremely hot. They got JoJo and Aoxy on them.
This could be the end of their reign, as Aoxy, JoJo Fishy, when actually on level ground with another duo, Tayson and Yamzo, quickly shut it down. So, a necessary vengeance, I think, for some of these teams in NA, even though I know for a fact that's not what's on Tayson and Yamzo's minds. They're looking to just collect the eliminations of whoever they come across. And at this point, they didn't even get a chance to try and recuperate. Virgo, Shadow immediately trying to collapse onto Tayson and Yamzo's current position. But Flowberry Fizz will pay off for the time being. Nitro Splash as well. Tayson and Yamzo, they could look for another 2 to add to the count. They've already got 6 eliminations, as is MDF, so they've been getting very active in this 5th lobby.
Yeah, Tayson just had to reload right there, and there it is. Now back in action, back in order here. Tayson showing us just what he's made of here. Great side tag to give him a bit of an advantage here. And the focus here not to let up supporting Iamzo either. So they do a good job so far. Shadow's going to be the first to turn and bail out. Shadow and Virgo just playing a different type of Fortnite. So aggressive.
But Tayson doesn't have any white heal, so he's gonna opt for the Slurp Cactus instead.
Nice.
That natural desert biome definitely coming up pretty big for them, but at the same time, some tags from behind again. Since they didn't confirm either of those eliminations onto Shadow or Virgo, now that see that Shadow Virgo, they got the opportunities to try and exchange some blows. Tayson, though, gonna opt to just continue moving forward. Just knows that he's got ample amounts of surge damage as is. Rather focus on his rotations and more optimal position. Snacky Magia caught in a bit of a tough spot here on the edge of Mount Olympus. If they're not careful and they stay here for too long, could be a third-party circumstance coming up from Brawler's Battleground. But Snacky, it's all about cranking up. He is trying to see if he can get an angle to approach on. Instead, it's a massive tag to the face. Tyler doing a decent job defending his current position. And Snacky, that's going to cost him his last shield potion.
They do enough to push off Curve and Tyler here. So unfortunately, we're not going to see the results of this battle. It's our 7th place team against the 46th place in the tournament standings thus far after the first 4 full games have concluded. We jump out Bugha and Aviv playing this far north. It's kind of interesting that Bugha and Aviv, in my opinion, aren't a little bit higher on the leaderboards. But again, chalk it up to those first 2 games not necessarily going their way. Because all the other teams that are on the standings, like in that top 5, are pretty much landing south. They're all like neighbors, right? Adjacent to one another. The skill of the teams in the southern area is ridiculous. But up here, you got the likes of Bugha and Aviv. Ooh, right next to Ozone and Lawrence, who we've seen capture a few highlights here today already. Jumping back to the hotter side of the map, you have Mixon and Blaha right now. Looking around here, big storm base set up, towering over the area.
Mixon just non-stop looking for any signs of life, any sort of movement to try and take shots at with this 4x scope on the Huntress DMR. Isn't able to connect. Only threw 2 shots out there, though, to be fair. And now, one more time, just rotating each and every single one of these panels of this surge base, trying to see if he can leverage his elevated position and convert it into some nice surge damage.
He's doing it well, especially if you notice the pros use the cones because it's easier to see through when you hold that edit. Just little advantages to give them the comfort and the most out of their big bases like that. A couple eliminations in the feed. Shadow to Bucky and Okus, so things are continuing for the likes of Shadow and crew. Reet and Ritual with the big storm tower as well. We talked about these being set up. This is much taller than any other one we've seen so far. Same situation on hand here, though.
Yeah, if you ever had any issues with locating where Reckless Railways is on the map, well, Reet and Ritual have essentially established it for the whole lobby. They've even got a decent line of sight up towards Rift Island. With all the shots going off in the surrounding area, it could kind of interest Reet and Ritual to move from their current position. Maybe see if they want to get a piece of the pie here. Batman Bugha and Rapid, aka one of Kelly's favorite teams. They're looking to make some marks of their own here on Rift Island. But if they're not careful, it could come at a price. Batman Bugha definitely trying to be wary, trying to secure plenty of space here with this current box base, a monument essentially, around this capture point. And it does look as though it will go for free essentially here to Batman Bugha and Rapid. They've staked the claim on Rift Island. Bryson Bolts, Mew and Par. They've got to be a little bit more wary now, a little bit more cautious in terms of their approach here. Since Batman Bugha and Rapid, they technically have the advantage against some of these other teams here now.
His loadout here as well. That mythic hand cannon. Ready to go. Let's go Bryson Bolt. This is a team that's been trying to play for some high ground spots. We've seen them do it a few times. They're gathering the attention of teams in the vicinity. That could be Reed's base over there.
It is.
You heard the tag right as we jumped out of the shot there. Meanwhile, Viv and Bugha from the north side take the launch pads. They kind of trail the outskirts, similar to what you saw Ozone making his move. They're content with being on the edge. I'm so curious as to whether or not they actually have enough surge. I know they have elimination, so it's not like they haven't been fighting, but playing so passively on the outskirts here. This wouldn't work in, you know, grand finals, if you will.
And that's the most important thing to note here is that not only would it not necessarily be a very consistent strategy for them, I mean, throughout the course of today, it definitely had its highs and lows for this duo, but their plan has essentially been staked on trying to challenge Pilot and Flix over at Piney Lane, so they're making that rotate out of their drop at Classy Courts. And sure, they found that one elimination this game and posing some serious issues to Pilot and Flix's game plan, leaving them as a solo situation. But at the same time, yeah, the surge alone from one elimination, when you consider just how insanely aggressive some of these end games have been, don't think it's gonna be enough to hold strong for some of those late game dead side rotates that Bugha and Aviv seemingly keep trying to set themselves up for.
Yeah, and in the current tournament setting, may not be a big deal, but you know, we're looking to the future. Look at this, Tayson and Yamzo. This is how they continue to maintain some of the highest elimination counts round after round. It's these early game battles. Like, how do you come out of that with 7 elimination? I mean, the only other team we saw doing this was Peterbot and Boyo in Major 2, of course, with the absurd amount of elims they would get game after game. Tayson and Yamzo somehow finding that pacing is really admirable, especially considering we're talking about a completely different type of, you know, meta setting right now. Like, this is, if anything, way more even playing field, right? Because everyone has access to the Nitro. Whereas in the last season, you know, only Peter Montoya had the mythic medallion, right, of agility to dash and do what they were doing.
I'm right there with you, though. It has definitely seemed to cause some growing pains as well, given that Peterbot and Pollo didn't even make it through for this round 4 of week 1 Major 3 quals. But again, it's not too much of a damper on the mood, considering that they're still in a decent position as far as the lower bracket of semis is concerned. And we've got Virgo and Shadow finding yet another knock, yet another elimination. They've also got 7 in tow here, MDF, so it's not just Tayson and Yamzo that are packing a big punch here on the elimination count of Lobby 5. Virgo and Shadow with the Nitro Splash, seems as though they've got another target in sight. It's gonna be Baka and Pars. And look at that, Bugha and Aviv as well. It's gonna be a sticky situation for all parties involved.
Just don't think the bash is what does the damage there, breaking the shields. It wasn't even that he landed a tag. But Virgo, things swing around as Baka claps back with a huge shot of his own. Here comes the backup from up above. Shadow breaks in, and I've always had very, very high hopes for Shadow. I'm wondering if and or when is everything just gonna line up and he's gonna find himself on a podium finish for an FNCS finals.
They just completely hijacked Aviv and Bugha's loot, though, if you think about it. The refreshes that I think Bugha and Aviv were hoping for just cut short there. And now, Aviv, Bugha, they're forced to rotate elsewhere. Unfortunately, that elsewhere involves a large amount of congestion that's starting to pool on the southeast side of the zone. Even worse still, Blaha and Mixin with a slightly better position. Just a little bit further up this hill in comparison. All Mixin really needs is for Blaha to maybe pass over one of these Nuka-Colas. then he'll be good to go.
I wonder what they're holding back for. They're just gonna move. Forget waiting. Must have some insight here. Let's see. They slide in and ooh, puts him in a very unfavorable position. Then not even looking to go for hard mats. So this is all risking the positioning there. Ends up working out as Miro and Pink ease up on the pressure. But the zone's pulling east. Is there a chance Baja Mixon actually have a forecast tower? Or do they already see the zone being popped there? I'm trying to gather some insight now.
The closest one to them would probably be the one that Bryson Bolts tend to try and go for. That's just a little bit north of Dumpenhausen, considering that Baja Mixon, they land very southeast of the map over at Research Rock. So not exactly ideal forecast positioning, but you can never really factor it out. Don't always get to see which teams actually stake their claim on those big objectives throughout the course of a match, but I'm more so interested in the fact that Baja Mixon were so determined to hold on to those Nuka-Colas as long as possible, just trusting that those final confirmation shots wouldn't be applied into Mixon's shield to not have a whole lot of white HP to work with. And granted, they're not the only team that could be potentially struggling at this point. A lot of teams kind of coming to a halt here as they look to just try and operate a lot of these rotates off the back of these nitro splashes. And Rapid, just as quickly as that shield potion got him back to a healthy spot, already down to just 8 shield. The entirety of the lobby just seemingly taking notice, and it's gonna be Taki and Freeze posing the biggest threat currently, just trying to hold them back from pressing any further into zone.
It's crazy. Rapid and Bugha now 172 points. They have a chance to break into top 3. Don't forget, Acorn and Cold eliminated off the drop here, giving teams this runway. But so is Vino and Clix, as they're sitting in the lobby right now following along as well. So a lot happening here. The standings are surely going to be much more congested up towards that top 10 and likely a new second and third place team sitting amongst there going into game number 6. So Tayson and Yamzo flying their way back up here with 7 elims, only at 150, even with all that work here, even with the little bit of placement points now. Just shows you how quickly they slipped off the running, if you will, just by losing a game or 2.
But if they can find a Victor Royale here in Lobby 5, it could definitely bring them back into the conversation. Certainly not a duo I would ever count out by any means. Baja Mixon, though, they managed to find an elimination for themselves. We'll get a chance to see the double bash of the Nitro boost, and that is painful for Farsi. He did not even get a chance to respond. Just crouched, hoping nobody would notice him, and he gets pounced on by Baja Mixon. Victor now trying to see if he can confirm, but over peak just a little too long. Got a little bit of damage in, but not enough for the knock. And at the expense of his own shield getting broken, that's going to be both of his shield potions potentially. We'll still have one left over, but opting to utilize some of that Flowberry Fizz instead. Still, not resources you want to have to forcibly expend at this point.
I like this spot that they're in with the zone bouncing back for them, but a little nervous now just from taking a bit of damage to even make a move. The other side, though, you have Raze kind of positioned up. He's likely to be the one to hold Hype for some time. We'll see if anyone tries to contest him with no Vino and Clix in the lobby. They were the, I'd say, most notably from what we saw, but hold up, Tayson breaks his way through, finds Batman Bugha with the elimination there, and that brings him on up to 8 now, and Rapid doesn't know what happened. He was just sitting there, and just like that, loses his teammate. He's also below the surge here, but the threshold should be met pretty shortly here as Miro and Pink start finally finding their set of eliminations. And they make the move first to the front side of zone here. Still playing the mid ground, though.
It's part of the danger, though, that comes with trying to establish your own layer inside of the mid-ground when you got players just running through every single wall with that nitro boost off the nitro splash. It's insanity to try and keep up with. Raze, as a solo, doing his best to put up a nice facade here that he's actually not operating just by himself, as if he's got another teammate with him, but have to expect it's only a matter of time. Sure enough, Pink making his way up from that position of secondary height. Miro right next to him. They've spotted out Raze, and he forfeited the high ground immediately. Wants to try and secure just a little bit more placement points, but this could be an optimal spot now for Miro and Pink. All they really need is a little bit more materials. If they can get a good knock, a good elimination into a refresh, that could be the turning point for these two.
I just can't help but think of someone just sitting there, full deck of cards, and just trying to bluff their play out. Someone calls him on it. Let's take a look at this. Tayson, Yamso down 9 eliminations, duo above them. G-Monster and Reciprocal end up fighting for high ground after Pink had it established alongside Miro, and they give it up. And I'm curious as to what possessed them to think that it was a good time to go for height with this little bit of material, and it does seem to be working so far as Miro and Pink are forced down. Just a single mat now. This is a very crucial elimination, but no, couldn't get Noxy in time. Out comes Nicola here. Little glimpse onto Pink, but Miro misses the hold and still finds Freeze there with a monstrous tag. Just scrambling here. What can you do?
Well, at this point, it's a miracle that Miro didn't even get knocked in the process there. Pink,
4 elims
still
going.
Corner. He might actually be able to pick up Chris if they're not careful. Instead, it's gonna be Blaha sprinting by. Another massive tag from behind, but Pink and Miro finally get shut down. Yamso and Tayson still operating, still working their way through the low ground.
12 elims for Tayson and Yamso now. The numbers starting to rack up here, but high ground pressure should be able to close this one out as Tayson is down to a single mat. We don't know how Yamso's looking. Yamso actually does have just enough material. Some hard mats come out. Okay, this is going to give them a chance to actually heal back and get back into this game. So it's not completely over yet. It will come down to whether or not Curve pushes Tayson and Yamso on the low ground, or if he goes for high ground. He pushes up to the second layer. This is going to give Tayson and Yamso better angles here, more room to work with. G-Monster Reciprocal starting to run out of material up top. So the gas is running thin, but Curve finds Tayson there, and he evens the playing field out, giving Reciprocal the advantage, and they close out the win there. So taking the high ground and turning it into a Game 5 Victory Royale is exactly what they needed.
That was nearly stolen away as well by Tayson and Yamso. If they'd had just...
They close out, and he evens the playing field out, giving Reciprocal the advantage.
Pretty high up in our, and you can kind of get a feel of what Globals is going to be like.
That's a great point. That's a great point. This is a look at what's weird though, Vivid, is like I would expect it to be, you know, regions against each other, regions teaming up. Not on my 2024 bucket list or checklist, if you will.
I mean, definitely crazy, right? I'm already seeing on social media, right? After those 5 games, like you mentioned, top 4, you know, has EU players on it. BloodX, Boop, big EU fans over there. They immediately tweet out the leaderboard and they're like, yeah, look at the top 4, by the way, EU players. So I'm sure NA is going to continuously get the flack for some of the best EU players coming over to NA and placing well. No surprise there, guys. I mean, come on. But yeah, Blaha and Mixon, another good game from them.
Oh, Blaha and Mixon have been on a run for the last 4 games. The last 3 games, they've placed top 5 every single time. And look at this, Blaha down with a sliver of health. He does end up going down, but not without saving a few more placements there. Mixon bringing it all the way into, I believe, 5th place is where they got, or no, 4th place in that last game. So an incredible performance showing up for EU, and I love that it's kind of Mixon was one of the first players to come over from EU and now joined by Blaha. So it's almost like he's a little bit more NA than Blaha is. But I also want to talk about on the leaderboard, Zeke, a lot of the other teams here that aren't Europe are from NA West. So what the heck, NA East? What's going on?
I knew. Vivid, I knew that was gonna be the next point of topic. You see Batman Fuga there, and she's like, "Here we go." Well, look, it's fine, right, Vivid? Because Acorn and Cold are right here. They're in 6th place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, not to mention the reason why, the leaderboard is kind of close right now going into game number 6 is unfortunately Clix and Veno and Acorn and Cold having a rough game with that early game shenanigans, fighting very, very early on, going down early and putting a dampening on that game right there. But that sets us up for a good game number 6.
Man. Okay, a single game left to go. What happens? How does it go? It's kind of crazy to think it's flown by, but again, this is it. Final game of just week number 1. Remember, we're trying to place high to earn ourselves series points to just set ourselves up for the semifinals. One last game. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Zeke. And one other thing to highlight, I just find it pretty incredible that Tayson is stepping foot into NA territory and then breaking individual records, right? Not only for himself, but the region as a whole. So all in all, we have a very fun Major 3 here that we couldn't have guessed was going to be going down.
And yeah, Monster, I'm so sad that one thing that I think chat and everyone has been robbed of is the conversation we got to overhear between Vivid and Levin in regards to some of their takes. But Vivid, I need you to stand on business, man. You got to hold it down with some of those thoughts as far as NA is concerned and this invasion of the EU players on the leaderboard. But the hybrid duos are certainly paying off so far here today, MDF.
Keeping things interesting for us here. Well, we're gearing up for game 6 now, and it is going to be exciting. And, it's all vanity at the end of the day right now. We are just in the qualifier weeks, but seeing these leaderboards start to shape out really give us an early indication of what teams are going to be on the lookout for. So let's jump in with game number 6 now. All right, well, this is game 6. We are here to close out the first kickoff qualifier of Major 3 here, Taco. And we couldn't have been in for more excitement than we have watched unfold here today with the contested battles and everything in between. So let's start off with Clix and Veno, the V2, if you will, here at the Sandy Steps.
Yeah, currently, Clix probably got Blood X in his ear right now saying, hit your DMR shots. But good attempt so far. At the same time, it's not as if Clix and Veno can't still look to convert this back in their favor. Roxanne and Axe got the better end of this team for the most part in that last lobby, MDF. But the trick is getting a repeat of that same circumstance. And Clix, Veno, they're just content to loot things out as much as possible here at Sandy Steps before they look to make their approach into trying to confirm 2 eliminations if possible.
We'll see what's going to end up playing out for that. Meanwhile, I'm looking at the feed. Taste might be knocked here. So little exchanges happening everywhere while Zooks and Bacon might be getting into a battle themselves. The team sitting above them. But no, they're going to all disengage here. On the other side, we do get to jump in. So Tayson is knocked official here. Yamzo does get the pickup successfully as Gore's trying to break this wall, but we do say pros don't fake, and Yamzo commits through and now has to turn things around, and Gore definitely hears the save happen and the splash come through, so he's all but aware things are looking a little dicey here. Yamzo moves first, trying to hunt down Gordon. He doesn't even see where he is. Oh, how cheeky. Opens the door and then sits behind it. Yeah, you gotta appreciate it. It's a good attempt. But the math wasn't mathing. The math wasn't mathing, I was just like, okay, no sounds, no player in sight. Where are you, bro? Like,
I like that attempt, though, for the distraction factor there. Respect. Valiant hustle there from Gord, but unfortunately for him, Tayson and Yamzo, they're not looking to mess around. They want to see if they can overtake that top of the leaderboard. Poppy and Victor, a nice elimination pickup here for this duo. So much needed points for sure. Veno Clix, things still haven't finalized at the Sandy Steps just yet. But a very healthy Veno and a very healthy Clix could be disastrous for Roxanne and Dax. I'd be lying, MDF, if I didn't say that Veno and Clix have a little bit more leverage as far as experience is concerned up against the likes of the team that they're dealing with. Although they want to make sure that they're quick on securing those eliminations. We've seen how devastating the third-party interference can be if you take a little bit too long closing out your fights.
Yeah, that's all I was thinking about was, well, you saw what happened last game. You have Aoxy and Jojo Fishy just rolling up. Like, so I'm not sticking around the drop for too long. Definitely not after game 5. And in fact, I'm probably studying game 5 a little bit longer, because if this was a grand finals, you know, that little wrench being thrown in there, you want heads up on plays like that. But from one disengage straight into a fight, it looks like Edgy and Death actually pushed the envelope here, because Zooks and Bacon were the first to try to give up this fight. They didn't necessarily want it when they took the launch pads. They went in the opposite direction, but Edgy really forcing the situation here. He's got a knock and does have the advantage still. No eyes yet on Zooks, and Zooks is trying to get to his teammate here, but there's a down body, gets the finish, finds Zooks. Grabs the walls as well, and he's got the advantage still. I'm thinking he should play for the pickup right now. There's teams everywhere here.
Yeah, it looks as though there might be 2 other teams that could potentially converge on their current position, but Zooks, Edgy just needs to find that closing shot before Zooks finds his duo Death, who's still knocked on the floor with no shield. You would think the advantage is pretty heavily in Edgy's favor, but again, those other teams that are encroaching on their current position, posing so much of a threat. Edgy takes a pretty big tag here. Zooks just needs one more, but instead Edgy will manage to confirm it, but it's just too little too late here. Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, seems like they found their plan for success after game 5. And the cleanup crew continues here. 2 eliminations picked off practically for free at this point.
Man, I'm just wondering, like, how he had all that metal fully built, ready, and in play for the pickup there. Definitely going to be upset about that decision there, but it is what it is. Meanwhile, somehow Aoxy and Jojo are just, like, on a rampage right now at finding points the very, very last moments, as are others. You saw the quick highlight there from Noisy, doing well. Take a look at the quick update on the standings. Tayson and Yamzo eliminated their second place out of the game, opening things up for the remainder of the lobbies here. Clix and Vino still with a pretty big lead here. Things continue to get more interesting.
Yeah, just can't help but think that's a pretty tough break there for Death and Edgy. Death put in so much work, too, to get that initial knock elimination, but it is what it is at this point, as Bugha and Aviv hoping for a different outcome in their final lobby of the day. They found one victory royale, and they want to see if they can get more, but again, it's not going to come easy by any means. Hovering just outside the Lavish Lair, Hound and Mason kind of cutting off their approach. It's Bugha and Aviv that are actually going to look for another angle, potentially. Bugha cranking up. Small Surge Tower going to be the result here. Vorteca also kind of lingering there, just a little bit further north from where Bugha and Aviv were situated. Big change-ups, though, in the leaderboard as far as what teams are left standing here in our top 5. Tayson and Yamzo, second place team, cut short of that first place dream.
I'm still thinking, like, it's kind of crazy how Clix and Vino, although they have 3 victory royales, they're not, like, so far ahead. Yeah, you know, like, just showing you that if you get a donut game, like, it's gonna turn out bad. Like, it can be real dicey for you. Let's watch this, though. Ooh, nice little tag there. Elimination, padding up the points there as they continue to sweep up.
This has just been such an impressive day out of Veno. And granted, don't get me wrong, Clix still deserves his flowers for sure as the other half of this duo, but we have just been seeing highlight moment after highlight moment all day today from Veno. And as long as this team is left standing, they are certainly looking to defend their spot as first place for our Week 1 Falls.
Dude, Shadow and Virgo, 2 games back-to-back now with a monstrous set of eliminations early on. We're seeing it from Jojo and Aoxy. We're seeing it from Shadow and Virgo. I do wonder how is this going to shape up their mentality and honestly their confidence as we start gearing into the other weeks? I want to see more aggression than if they're that good, right? If they're winning like that.
Well, aggression has definitely been a theme here today for Bucky and Ocus, that is for sure, but dealing with the likes of Muzz and Trashy, the HP advantage is certainly in Muzz and Trashy's favor. Trashy just looking to see if he can get a side angle approach. Gonna fall back momentarily, just wants to Nitro Splash next to Muzz, make sure they both get that effect. But bit of a pause here. It's the campfire advantage though for Bucky and Ocus, and you can hear the sound cue going off. The weapons bunker is what Bucky and Ocus are after. It's been their game plan all day today. Weapon bunkers and that Rift Island. So if Muzz and Trashy want to get their hands on that weapons mod bench and the goods inside, they're gonna have to deal with Bucky and Ocus first. Is now reinvigorated, but Bucky caught off guard from the side. Ocus immediately bites back though. Ocus with a full cleanup here. That is a massive pickup on both of those eliminations. He'll now have his chance to get inside that weapons bunker. The reboot card as well for Bucky means that this duo can definitely keep their Lobby 6 streams alive.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like a kind of like an offensive season. If you're on offense, I mean, you have the advantage. That's how you have to play it. Bucky and Ocus end up pushing in and inevitably win that fight there. Could have been a little bit cleaner though. Muzz definitely outplayed Bucky a bit there. However, they both hit pretty big shots on one another, equalizing things. Vino and Clix on the move right now, not looking to play deep into the storm, and more interestingly, rotating straight out of the desert biome, where in the first couple of games they were a lot more comfortable being there, but I guess that game 5 scare, right? All those duels there really has shaken up their strategy here, and they're playing more of a dead side rotate. So interesting to see the micro adjustments coming in just in the final round now for Clix and Veno, who want to be in that first place seed spot coming out of today. Hero and Pink on the move here for potential fight. Let's zoom in on that fight. Vortec down, Paco up. G-Monster reciprocal on the run right now as Paco's put in the damage here, but breaks in. And it's just so fun to watch someone get ran over like this. Makes every Fortnite season so different, just feels so different when you have an item like this in play. Cole is popped.
Ooh. I was gonna say, from the spectator point of view, it can definitely be entertaining, but
of course,
maybe a little bit less so if you're on the receiving end of things. But Vorteca and Paco definitely did enough. They both got a single elimination, and now it's all about whether or not they can make a smooth rotate out from this current position underneath this bridge. They've got Miro and Pink to deal with. But granted, rotates are obviously going to be on the minds of a lot of these players, as well as that theme of aggressiveness.
Ooh.
Miro and Pink, they left G-Money scattered at the end there.
Quite literally turned into a loop pinata in the box. Not
kind of want
halfway through yet.
Oh, I was going to say, I just wanted to kind of circle back, though, to Clix and Veno, because one thing about that team, they have been playing a lot of dead side rotates. They spend a decent amount. I would possibly even argue more than some of these other teams, like one of the highest teams to spend time inside of these early one-tick zones. Their game plan for a while has been to kind of utilize those launch pads and just play slowly through the desert biome. And I think a big part of it is just they've been so good at confirming that early surge damage that Veno's IGLing has just paid off big time for these two.
Talking about those dead sides, here they are, still on the move. Saw just moments ago, Reet and Ritual were not too far off of the Reckless Railways here as well. It does seem like everyone's well on their ways here.
doubt they have to worry about encountering anyone anytime soon, though, given that their intention is to kind of just wait until more of those late game zones come into effect. Given that Miro, though, is in a whole world of trouble here. Reet and Ritual have spotted him out as a solo. He doesn't even get a chance to respond. Just immediately taken down. You can see the red flames, man. Reet and Ritual, sure, they're celebrating currently, but that Nitro boost effect is just ridiculous.
So silly. You have to love Fortnite and all the options you have to celebrate, if you will, after coming up on some points there. And Reet and Ritual, they need that. They need something going for them. They've had a pretty rough day. Pink and Miro have had a great day, all things considering. Had they not just been eliminated, they'd surely finish in the top 5. Now, questionable if they can maintain with 206, but they might still have a top 5 even after this game, depending on how some of these other performances ultimately play out. But yeah, Pink and Miro, the huge up and comer duo, if you will, as far as the more of the newer ones that were just formulated for this FNCS.
And it is really exciting because a lot of people might not anticipate as many of the EU players to come over to NA as they did, but when you really break it all down, I mean, Pink getting to duo with someone like Miro, I don't want to say that it's like, no disrespect to Vico by any means, but it's Miro of all people. Like, a lot of these EU players kind of just recognizing the fact that they are pairing up with what are considered to be some of the best players on NA. And it's pretty crazy to think that it took this many seasons before we started seeing them decide to actually mosey on over.
Yeah, Miro, obviously extremely established, has the legacy already built out. Vico, on the other hand, building his legacy actively, right? Rising to be one of Europe's strongest in the recent, I'd say, last 6 seasons or so. He's continued to climb and improve. But there is just levels, of course, of difference. And honestly, the type of caliber NA as a region as a whole has to offer, right? Still amongst the best globally. So this is fun. NA constantly remaining the place of attention. Always putting out great events. Bugha and Aviv. Okay, we have not seen them with 4 eliminations this early into a game so far. I wonder what changed. So they're just turning online right now. So put them closer to top 10 as well.
We'll get a chance to see. Nice shot from Bugha on that Huntress DMR. And yeah, I don't think Taki was having fun there. Not with 2 players just nitro bashing through on walls into the boxes. It's just only so much left to be done as a solo from that position. But Veno and Clix kind of recognizing the fact that they've got a handful of teams definitely local to their current position, so they want to make sure that they are cautious, smart with their timing on this next rotate.
I mean, it's in everyone's best interest to start rotating. This is really bad terrain. You look at the map, there's mountains, so you're quite literally forced into these really odd funnels on the outskirts. Even Blaha and Mixon are slowly but surely setting themselves up for failure on this rotate if they don't find a way to get through this duo that's next door. They will start to run out of time here. And there it is. They're going to go complete different strategies. They forget we're going around that little valleyway. We're going straight through the middle. And you see it ends up playing out.
At least for right now, but I have to remember there were a couple of teams already staked on that bridge. Could be some other difficulties that they encounter, but Rift Island continues to deliver as far as action is concerned. Raze trying to utilize the Mythic hand cannon See if you can connect a shot there onto Mixon, but so far, no good. See, continues to look up.
This is a very like interesting spot for Rift Island to spawn because of the way like it plays off the terrain, making it that much more elevated. Like it's already on some elevation, so this is a crazy position to have over the lobby. You can see how much of a congestion it's forcing underneath it now. And very few teams have managed to even make it up here. More teams situated below watching the zip lines. Have Rise, Agers, I saw NPen there.
Parzimbaka too. So yeah, definitely a decent amount of congestion starting to pool towards this south side of the zone. But favorable next zone here for Rise and Agers. As long as they've got enough surge damage online, you don't need high eliminations. As long as you've got a consistent surge strategy, then you're usually going to be good to go. But Rise and Agers, they're definitely still being as aware as ever. Trying to box out a little bit further, claim a little bit more space. Reet and Ritual immediately going to try and establish their own turf. Just one layer underneath. Could be only seconds before those teams actually decide to start clashing to see who can truly claim and control that amount of space.
What's going to happen now with the way the zone's going to play out? We're going to get a surge warning for sure. Yeah, there's way too many players stacked on top of one another. No real reason to rotate right now, and it's going to be an easy rotate because of the way the teams under the Rift Island are playing. They're all boxed up, bit defensively, right? And look, this is just going to allow everyone to just rotate on in here. I love that Vino and Clix are moving right now. I think they for sure are reading the situation accordingly. Way too many teams over there.
Didn't get a chance to check early on, but keep in mind, Clix and Veno, they are a team that likes to play for Forecast if the Forecast Tower north of Sandy Steps actually spawns in. So could be good odds that they might have that under their control, which is part of the reason why we see them in such a strong position. But 118 below that damage threshold, didn't find enough surge earlier on. So Veno, Clix doing what they can. Veno's got that thermoscope on the Hunter's DMR, spots out Convict, good tag, but just barely gonna crawl his way to 17 above that damage threshold now. Still.
Shadow's ripped out the sky, by the way. Free loot for Vino right here. It's gonna cap him off, set him up. Clix jumps down and just start chucking heals up to the high ground now.
That's so much resources.
They're gonna win this game, aren't they? Is that what's happening right now? Like, what's going on?
Definitely trying to set up for a fourth, and right now, Magia, Snacky, last thing on their mind is winning. Currently, it's just surviving. The Nuka-Cola gonna buy Magia a little bit of an extended lifeline here, but with his duo Snacky having already been eliminated, he's not gonna allow Bucky to go for the free revive onto Ocus, trying to fight his way through these walls, but Magia can't stand his ground any longer. Bucky gonna look to see if he can save Ocus now. Dolzier and Natmos trying to apply some pressure onto his box, but I think he had just enough brick walls in front of him for him to be successful on the secondary attempt for reviving Ocus.
Look at this, Batman, Booga, and Rapid trying to jump up for the podium closeout right here. A top 3 in sights. If they can find eliminations and keep earning placement points, they are so very close to such a strong FNCS Qualifier 1 finish here. Wait for them to really show out so far for this Major 3 kickoff. Meanwhile, Tyler and Curve have continued to remain on the high ground, but look, no opportunities to find big damage have kind of put them in a bit of a precarious spot here. They have to get more active. I'm trying to shuffle through. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm trying to find where Clix and Veno position themselves here. 98 below, or sorry, above here, so barely holding on right now.
Again, Zone 9, Storm Surge, gonna stay active for just a little bit longer here, but again, we're gonna see some teams get a temporary bailout until Zone 9 actually comes to effect. We're looking for 26, 36 is the cutoff there for the Zone 8 36 player count, and now one more time, 8 above currently for Clix and Veno, so they're definitely in a bit of a tough position if they can't confirm some more damage or eliminations in general.
I mean, they're just waiting. They're just waiting for the zone to pull away from that island so they can actually take high ground. That's all their timing right now. Is they have so much material as well. We'll see how it plays off. The longer this Rift Island stays into play, the harder it is for anyone to actually play for a real dominant position here.
4 above, 35 above, little by little working their way up. Clix didn't see it coming. Right side of his wall just immediately taken by a player with that nitro effect. Veno now left to scramble. A couple of shieldfish are gonna get him one step further here, but 2 white HP is not the kind of situation you want to find yourself in as a solo here. Veno, he's done some monstrous performances already here today, but at this point, MDF, it's all about just trying to confirm a couple more placements. Maybe he finds another elimination here, but the Gatekeeper just not going to be able to confirm a knock. He's not going to get that refresh he so desperately needs.
Yeah, no, this is just too difficult of a position to crawl your way out of, but I mean, he finds a moment to recoup himself here. He's done a great job reading the zone so far, but this layer, too contested. You just give it up, but he's still remaining second high. There it is, finally. Reality sets in. Okay, maybe I should not be playing so close to high ground, let alone this incredible mid-ground position right now. And Curve and Tyler, I don't know where they found the material count to build out like this, individually, by the way, but they have done enough to be in control of the high ground spot right now. Batman, Booga, and Rapid continue to earn points now. Meanwhile, on the low ground, Veno earning more and more, just solidifying what will be his first place spot here. That's what they're trying to hold on to right now.
The worst part, though, is Veno has to stay ahead of the zone. He can't afford to get caught for even one storm tick at this point. Veno doing everything in his power. You can see the edits panning through his final 6 builds left to try and control his fate. Takes out the floor from underneath Blanc, but won't get a chance to fire off his shot. And again, it seems almost inevitable at this point before he goes down.
And he's got no time to mess around with the edge of the storm there. You can see continuing to pressure him inwards. Somehow there's still 11 teams alive. There's so many solos up. There it is. Veno falls there, giving away the 10th place spot to Aiden, but Batman Booga earning just a little bit more. 3 HP now, as desperate as ever. That's it, all out of everything. Tries to find a little bit more points there. Gets Tyler with the knock. Can he get the second? No, goes for the thirst. Doesn't recognize that the duo mate Curve was right there. So hurt, and now high ground has been given up. Noxy and Crispart, one of the last to survive here as they jump down. But on the low ground, Batman, Booga and Aviv are alive and well.
Aviv, though, he's got all of the material count. Booga.
Noxy and Crispart, one of the last to survive here as they jump down, but on the low ground, Batman, Booga and Aviv are alive and well.
Aviv, though, he's got all of the material count. Booga, absolutely nothing left, fully depleted of his builds. Noxy and Crisp looking to have a strong position, but they don't have builds either. Crisp doesn't have any mats. He's going to be forced to retreat. Flopper going to buy him a little bit more time. But again, Noxy, Chris, they just need to confirm the shots onto Aviv. One more is going to do it. And sure enough, Noxy and Crisp are Game 6 Victory Royale winners to close everything out for Week 1 here, MBF.
Good to see Crisp continuing to rack up some wins here and put up some numbers alongside Noxy. They really did need those, those points there and the confidence, but
managed to
it definitely
ended up with finals, but
situations he's got to have it right. But in this case, the pressure
plays from the
hold it after just game number 6. Did someone manage to dethrone Veno and Clix? The answer: no. These guys will come out in that number 1 seed after week number 1. Veno and Clix.
I mean, incredible performance, winning 3 out of the 6 games. Veno showing time and time again, you know, usually the duo, whoever Clix is paired up with, usually Clix is the one showing us these solo performances, but Veno did it multiple times today.
Yeah, Clix, Veno, both of them definitely pulling out everything into the competition day, and I think that's what we expected from them. A lot of big question marks were happening before the qualifiers started if this duo was actually going to be able to work on their communication, work on their synergy, because that definitely seemed to be a point of contention between the two of them. Obviously, when you have such big, opinionated individuals such as Veno and Clix, it's expected for there to be a little bit of clashing, but clearly they have worked out whatever their issue was. Regardless of if that's off-stream or on-stream, they are clearly on one today with almost 300 points in first place. And then of course we have Blaha and Mixon in second place, another EU duo, the actually only EU duo that we got to see compete entirely. Noxy and Crisp though, making sure that it's not just an EU top 3. No, we're gonna take that spot away from Tayson and Yamzo.
Got to tip our hats though, Zeke, right? I'm seeing a number on this page right here. 37 eliminations for Tayson and Yamzo. I mean, we saw multiple games where we were question marking like where they were finding so many eliminations, and clearly the total number just kept racking up.
Oh, and to add on to that, Tayson, I believe, had the highest amount of individual eliminations in a single game, which was 10 for the record today.
Just nuts. He just comes over here. He's like, hey, I'll just move regions, and I'll just set a record when, first day. It's not a big deal. Obviously, you guys know we like to joke, hey, which one's better, NA, EU, or so other regions. I kind of want to get serious here for a moment, right? Ooh. This was a tough week 1 for NA players to come over and be like, okay, well, like let's hang, let's see what we can do, and they showed out in big ways, right? And now they're kind of putting NA on notice. They're like, hey, look, we're here now. We are the curveball in major number 3. And I feel like for NA, there has to be kind of like a level of adaptation we have to like do to try and hang and or try and just stop them right now. After just this kind of initial showing, week number 1, how do you guys feel about this invasion, so to speak? Is this good? Is this bad? What are your takes?
So in a serious manner, right, this little move from some of these EU players have formed probably some of the strongest teams that will ever kind of happen in Fortnite history, right? I mean, you're kind of combining some strong players from NA with strong players from EU, right? That's just going to combine strong teams, and they are clearly showing that they have done just that. From an unserious standpoint, to defend NA and Cope a little bit here, we didn't have Kanata and Cooper, and we didn't have Peterbot and Poyo playing, so we'll go ahead and save our secret weapons for when it really matters.
Although it's not much of a secret, is it? And we'll see what exactly happens in Fortnite. Maybe certain things get unvaulted. Who knows? But to go back to your point, Zeke, asking, is this good? Is this beneficial? I mean, if you look at any other, not just traditional sports, but esports as well, imports is a big thing. Players from all around the world will get hired, imported onto a team to represent them in their region. And I don't think that necessarily takes away from them being a, player from Asia, a player from Europe, a player from Oceania, and then moving to a different region. I don't think that takes away their identity. I don't think that takes away from the other players. For me, I just want to see the best players compete in Fortnite. And I understand that there's a big dialogue of NA versus EU. It's fun. Obviously, everyone wants to root for their region. But for me, I just want to see the best players compete. I want to see top-level Fortnite, and that's what we're getting here today. Regardless of which region wins, which region beats out, I'm just excited that we're having a lot of fun.
100%, Kelly, 100%, right? And Muzz is just a fantastic example of this, right? We kind of asked the question, what region is Muzz currently? Well, he's bounced around, right? And we just think he's a great player. He doesn't have to necessarily just be like pigeonholed into, he's just this region and that's it, right? If he wins, well, he's that region, so it's cool. This is interesting. This has been a shakeup that I think many of us probably would not have anticipated so much of EU coming over, and now we're intermingling, right? You've got OCE in here as well. Like, what does this mean for week number 2 and beyond? Well, time will tell. Any closing thoughts before we say goodbye? Because this is the worst part of the show. We have to say goodbye, and I hate that.
Oh.
It was fun. It was chaotic. Nitro is proving to be quite strong, and it allows some of our players to be very, very mechanical, get in and end some of these fights very, very quickly. and it led to a lot of eliminations, kind of like that avalanche effect. You were able to steamroll and keep building up momentum throughout some of these games. We saw so much of that today.
Zeke, I said at the start of the show that there's a lot of desperation going on, not just with NA, not just with EU, with everyone, right? Because this is the last major.
We'll just do a bunch of prep for tomorrow's Cash Cup solos. You guys should all know how to play opens by now, right? Like Zykoma's kind of covered that a bunch. Basically, just sit in the bush and just hit the little end game. I think opens is pretty easy this season. It's just about making sure you actually play out your end games, like make it to like later movings, and you'll be good. I played my first bunch of scrims all year with Reese earlier. We're playing some Noble Opens. It's actually quite fun. And also we had some people, I think it was Nate Buka, requested that we have a session covering what you guys should do, you know, normally. Because I guess a lot of you guys struggle with like knowing what to grind and things like that. So we can maybe talk about that a little bit later on if you want. Alright. Oka is landing at this bottom left metal spot. Pretty decent spot. Nitro immediately. Always, guys, doesn't matter what sort of situation you're in, pop a Nitro in a fight, I think. Yeah, that was nice. Just for the extra... Nitro is like the best deterrent in a fight sort of thing. Like, you can just pop it and just start sprinting. And it also means if somebody does Nitro into your box, you can counter them. Always have a Nitro pop during a fight. Like, even if it means you kind of waste it, you don't get the most out of it, it's still worth using it, in my opinion. Duo Cash Cup prep on Tuesday? Yeah, it's Duo Cash Cup Wednesday this week, right? Yeah, we can. Also, tomorrow's session is going to be the REIT session, guys. So we're going to get REIT in. It'll be after the EU Cash Cup. You know, normally. Because I guess a lot of you guys struggle with like knowing what to grind and things like that. So we can maybe talk about that a little bit later on if you want. Alright. Oka is landing at this bottom left metal spot. Pretty decent spot. Nitro immediately. Always, guys, doesn't matter what sort of situation you're in, pop a Nitro in a fight, I think. Yeah, that was nice. Just for the extra... Nitro is like the best deterrent in a fight sort of thing. Like, you can just pop it and just start sprinting. And it also means if somebody does Nitro into your box, you can counter them. Always have a Nitro pop during a fight. Like, even if it means you kind of waste it, you don't get the most out of it, it's still worth using it, in my opinion. Duo Cash Cup prep on Tuesday? Yeah, it's Duo Cash Cup Wednesday this week, right? Yeah, we can. Also, tomorrow's session is going to be the REIT session, guys. So we're going to get REIT in. It'll be after the EU Cash Cup. Before the NA one. REIT will cover a bunch of stuff for you. It'll be really good. Okay, chill in. I would prioritize getting Cat Metal off spawn, but he goes in third parties this fight. Ranked, yeah, I think rank's really pointless playing this season. I'll cover what you guys should be doing later on, but again, pop Nitro during a fight always. That was a bit risky. Shouldn't 50-50. One thing you guys need to work on is trying to win fights. It's a little bit hard to practice this season, but trying to win fights without taking a load of damage is really key this season, I think. Like just basically just winning fights, only take like, you know, one pump at the end maybe. Not trading as much. One gun strat for finals? Yeah. We'll see what they run in a sec. I think they're keying here just for more loot. Like they don't actually have heal off potential right now. They killed Veno. Nice. Is that a fake Veno or is that the actual Veno? No clue. Looks like a fake one. W key in finals. I would only W key as far as to get loot. Like, at this point in time, they should probably stop keying and just focus on getting loot, right? And now they're kind of chilling. What do they need for a loadout right now? Let's watch the rest of this mid-game out. They need nitro splashes and meds, and that's kind of it, right? Two guns in finals, prioritize one refresh on 8. I think so, especially with the what's it called? The there's no fists, right? Like so playing gun like a SMG can help you get a kill, you just beaming somebody. It's very easy to, let's say you open and edit looking front side, it's very easy to just get a beam on somebody rotating you know, fully front. Session yesterday wasn't on. We had a bunch of people playing around 30, like Blizzard, I think, made finals, so he's playing finals right now. You guys know Vegas Blizzard. Who else? Peaksy made heats as well on NA, pretty good. Echo, just mute the screen share then. Or mute, I mean. Okay, chilling. They just get a position and they just box up. We can skip. Oh yeah, Virgo mode finals as well. You guys know Virgo. We looked at his games the other week. Yeah, it's Peaksy. They could look at Peaksy's games another time when we're looking at duos. But I actually think this Cash Cup, I know you guys not on the heroes, but this might actually be the easiest Cash Cup of the season because everybody's just spent the whole weekend like worrying about FNCS and stuff. Nobody's really put like a lot of time into practicing solos. Like nobody's been playing solo scrims or anything. I think this might be the easiest Cash Cup to earn in. Also, it's like not a fist max heal off meta, so solo scrims the whole weekend. Fair enough. Okay, they fizz, jump through the nitro tunnel, bunny hop, very nice. I'd really recommend, in solos guys, always box near those tunnels. I've talked about it a few times, but it's so good. They're going to get dead side here or not? No. No need to risk taking a load of damage. Yeah, and also, yeah, height. That's a good point in Peaksy. Height is so free, you guys. In solos, we'll talk about it in a second, as we watch a bit more of these NA games, but if you can get height and hold it, you've like almost got a guaranteed win this season. Duos and in solos. So what? Yeah, the heal loss won't be as bad because there still is heal loss. Like in duos, there definitely is heal off, but Echo on screen share. I think you just got to mute the screen share. Pretty sure. The Quinn strat, nice. Wait, which Quinn strat? You mean the way you took Kite, or? My Quinn session was really good. I actually learned a lot from it. 90 metal? Yeah. Gonna start doing that. Nice. Not being greedy of mats here as well. You guys all dropping your teammates after FNCS. It's kind of funny. Alright. So impulse it. Yeah, this is a perfect time. What I would do and what I'd recommend you guys do is if you need a refresh, look at people, like look front side where zone is pulling, like in a spot like this, right? And look for somebody running past with Nitro, because they're probably not going to be covering their angles too much. So you can easily get a beam with the SMG, and then obviously you just pop your own Nitro or just jump in box or something. Let's see how he actually gets the kill here. I wonder if he does what I'm thinking he should do. You guys see what I mean? Like, all these people backside over this way are going to run. They're obviously not just going to run through your box. That's kind of dumb. They're going to run past your box, and then you can get a beam. Like here, look how free of a beam this would be. He does get a beam, yeah. Look, crack, and you just get in box. So you either Nitro in, or you just, you know, run in. Very free. Nice. Yeah, now he's chilling for Engram. Should build a metal here, but it's fair enough. Also, these zones have like a lot of timing where you can just get a kill. Late, not super late. Nice. Good. Here, what do you guys think? He should be in metal, right? He should be in metal, is my mind. He should be in metal and he doesn't need to waste as many mats. Why? Just because on moving zones, the later into the game you get, the higher chance. There's like more people about. You should just choose metal, just so you don't get jumped to him. Yeah, not the best on mats here. Again, this situation, he needs to like try looking for a kill at some point. Does he have the Nitro coin? Oh, he does have the Nitro coin. I didn't realize. That's why he's not carrying Nitro Splash. I didn't realize he killed the guy with the Dream Mid game. I think it was Veno. Was it Veno or another person he killed? He killed the guy with the infinite Nitro coin. I didn't actually realize that. But you guys can just imagine that he's playing with Nitro Splashes. Yeah, drop Cola for Nitro? Yeah, it's not a bad call. Or you could like pre-pop Cola or something. Okay, so first moving, he didn't do anything too crazy. He literally just focused on getting in. Now he's looking for beams. Doesn't greed that kill backside. Very nice. Nice. That was a good refresh. A little bit risky, like running in Storm there, but he got the medkits and some of the mats from it. Checks height. Yeah. This is well played. He has dashes here. You can actually use the dashes. He's just going to grief for the coin. Nice. Well played. Should run around and stall now. Go wide. Yeah, he does. Here, he should probably get up, right? Especially as soon as you get a refresh, I wouldn't just box on low straight after. The chances of somebody getting in. Yeah, top cone medkit or just get up a layer as you land. full refit. He's also doing a good job. You see, guys, he doesn't just run into the box and start shooting people. He runs in, like, knocks them back, and then looks for a shot after. A lot of the time. Right there, like, trying to knock the guy back, and then he goes for the shot after. Nice. And he's basically won at this point. Everybody's playing heal off early. He goes for height. Nice. Alright, should we go back in this game and see when he could have taken height? I think we should. Obviously his mats weren't the best. I just want to show you guys when you should be looking for height. Like what opportunities. Because height this season, or like right now, is super free. He used height? Yeah, he did. Now he plays medkits. He should walk back here, but... fair enough, I think I should try again. Alright, let's go back to like start first moving and see. Okay, so here this isn't quite it. Go back a little bit more. Alright, so this is first moving. Let's see what heights. Let's just watch height from drone 3 this whole game. How about that? And you guys tell me when you could have gone for height and how you would have done it. Let's do that as like an exercise sort of thing. So height. What's this guy's stats wise? 45 builds, got nitros, building wood backside. So right here, most easy example, right? Yeah, now, literally now. Too early? Let's say you're this guy. Is this too early to go for height? Not really. 870 mats. Height's building wood backside. Literally your end of zone, like here or here, you just shoot out height. Shoot out height. Like he does. And does this guy take it? He does take it. Does he? No, somebody else takes it. Okay. Oh no, this guy gets back up on height. Okay, yeah. That would have been like a perfect opportunity. How did height actually hold height there? Height's fully backside. He gets chopped. Like he should. The guy gets like a clutch nitro off. And that guy gets awareness checked, and that allows height to hold it. Yeah. Kind of a bad play by that other guy. Fully awareness checked right there. How did this guy even get this kill? Right, I'm just going to watch this just to see. And then we'll keep watching height. Oh, this other guy just fully droned out. Look at him. Yeah. Guys, don't do that. I can't lie. I think the way you chop out height is you open a much smaller edit, like a window edit, and you try beaming them as they fall. That guy fully sold that. He had a full free game. Yeah, also you can build up first. You can chop out and then build up, or you can... what you can do is, like, let's say here, you 90 or, like, double ramp up. You guys know the, like, double ramps, and then you chop out height from the ramp sort of thing. Okay, now, let's have a look. Zone is playing absolutely max. Height jumps off backside, and he's going to build up on front, or what? No, he just gives it up. So somebody else takes it. Underage gambler. What a goat. He takes height. So let's watch. This guy's only got a shotgun only, it looks like. Yeah, he's got shotgun only. So he can't pressure. He is building in metal, though, which is kind of the key thing. So chopping out height when they're on metal is very risky. Let's see. Maybe now, right? You're this guy here. You could easily get a chop out height. You wouldn't do a whole lot. But you chop them out. Stop them from like getting that connection. You want to grief them before they can get the connections. Then they're only held by you. Looks like somebody else chops it. Yeah, somebody else chops, and then there's quick 90s up the nitro. Doesn't get it though. Yeah, that would have been the best time, I think. First moving, you can take height. Like you can look up and chop it, but I prefer to take it second moving. Because the issue, let's say you got like 800 mats second moving, which can be done if you have good rotates and stuff like that. You get a refresh thing. Height will normally have way less mats, right? Like this is end of second moving. This guy's got 300 something match. So you can just go front and chop at height. Also, height is just not pressuring. This is the boom mode guy. Height is just not pressuring at all. Loses height. Somebody else takes it. Let's see if there's an opportunity to take it. This is bow meta, so it's changed a little bit. But is there an opportunity to take height off this guy? He's double layering pretty well. Only got 8 builds though. Ooh, somebody's fighting him backside. Okay, fair enough. There's Burgun. British gave up height. Height's completely freed up. Literally nobody's on height because the height guy ran out of mats. That's kind of crazy, right? So if you just went up for height, you would have won the game guaranteed. Probably. Like here, look, height has literally got flat 0 mats that's running around. Yeah. Alright, well played by Oko, to be fair. They just went up sort of for height during final zone and took it. Probably the best thing for height takes, I would say, guys, for solos is just whenever you get a refresh, just think what's height up to. And you'll get a lot of games where height will be backside wood, or they'll be so far backside that you get a free beam, or you'll get, you know, you can get a free crack on height or something. There's a lot of opportunities. Just get a refresh and then just think about what height's doing. Is what I would recommend. All right, let's watch somebody else. Who should we watch? There's somebody on here I wanted to watch. I forgot the name of. Did you earn last cash up? PC or not? Zero kill win? Yeah, we could look at somebody getting 0 kill win. You guys want to look at somebody getting a 0 kill win in the Nitro meta? That's kind of impressive, right? Bunch of people got him. This guy had flat 0 kills during the whole finals. Let's watch this. Let's just see what he's doing. We're not going to learn anything too crazy, but let's just see what he's doing. Because there's probably some rotate strat that he's doing. That's really good. Yeah, flat 0 elim is pretty impressive. I was think getting a 0 elim win's harder to do than getting a, you know, 10 elim win, to be honest. Probably even more. Because a 10 elim win, you can make loads of mistakes, but you just get a couple kills that sort of bail you out. This guy's playing double shot at the end. Alright, he's landing over at Lavish, Uncon. He gets drones as well. What was it that was only in drones? I swear there was like a bug where something was only in drones and that was it. I can't remember what it was though. Oh, it was the regular bows, but now all the bows are gone, right? So. Okay, loadout. This is a pretty good loadout. This is probably what I would say is the best loadout this season. For finals at the moment, probably this, and then you would maybe drop something for Nitro Splashes later on, or you could drop something for it now. Like you could drop medkits for Nitro Splashes now if you wanted to run double gun, or you could play shotgun only and then drop the SMG for Nitros. With your notes, there should be notes up tomorrow before the cash cup. I'd recommend if you guys are watching now, just make some of your own. Yeah, you could also drop cola. I do like the colas though. I think colas are so strong. Especially when you get like beamed and there's a chance somebody could fight you, just quickly pop in a cola and then being able to survive is so good. Nice. Zone pool's far south. Very good. Does he keep going? Alright, what do you guys think? Do you keep going right here or not? I think you 100% do, right? I know he's like in, but so how all these first 5 zones work is if you imagine this outside one is like the big circle, is they shrink in by a third each time, right? So like 33%. So you can see here to here plus this little bit at the bottom. That's like a third of the way down. This next zone is going to shrink in by a third if it plays max south. Next zone after that, a third. So you need to think, you know, where he is now. He's maybe, I don't know, 1/5 of the way in. Like a quarter maybe at most. I don't know. It's quite unlikely he gets next zone. So it's much better, in my opinion, using that sort of third rule. You know, think, oh, am I a third of the way in? Which are basically at Nitro Dome. You could stay. If you're not a third of the way in, you should try to get a third of the way in. And sort of use that to make sure you're never on congested side of zone, which is obviously up north here. Right, you guys know all about congested sides. Get a Nitro, little bottle popped. Get some metal at Nitro Dome. Yeah, now he's basically guaranteed to get next zone. So you can box here and refarm, and he's pretty much guaranteed to get next zone. Which is really, really useful. It's something in solos called your, in finals and opens, it's quite important, is your like exposure, which is just how much you're, you know, likely to get shot at by other people as you do things, you know, like farming up or just rotating and things like that. So by rotating early, getting the next zone like he does here, you can see he's not exposing himself at all. Alright, the question is, should he leave this spot to get deeper? Yes or no? Yes, yes, yes. You guys think? I think no, personally. Mainly because he's in like an actually good spot. What's your mask casting exposure? Okay, nice. Pretty topical. The only reason I wouldn't move in this spot is Nitro Rings. He doesn't have a Nitro Ring next to him. Unless he was to run the whole way over to this one and hit it, but then that would like send him more quickly over that way. This season, guys, you got to be very careful. Not just, you know, being in the opening, getting beamed, things like that. Because you can just die so quickly. So like here, just sitting in a full metal box, there's basically a 0% chance that he dies in the next minute until he leaves his box, right? And then now he knows where the next zone is going to go. You know, obviously you can plan around. And also, what's the difference between, you know, this rotate he did from, where was it, by this tactical grunt thing up here, down to here, compared to this rotate down to here? What's the difference in that, guys? Anybody know? Matt says no one's around him. Yeah, actually, but it's also about what's next in the zone, right? Like what's gonna be next on this zone, right? Somebody tell me. Yeah, it's the 50-50, right? So it doesn't actually matter that much about, you know, being center on this next zone. So it's a little bit of a difference because this was third zone he was up here, the fourth zone he was here, and then now fifth zone he's got to get in, right? So yeah, sure, he could have rotated in to this zone, shrinking in about a third, but sometimes it's better to be edge of the half, in my opinion. You know, center half, let's say where this lag guy is here, you see my cursor is here. Sometimes it's good to be where that guy is, but a lot of the times it's better to be edge and controlling your edge and knowing what's going on around you. Okay, let's see. He's going to rotate. Probably should have fizzed that, but all good. Nice little rotate as well. He hasn't taken a bit of damage this game as well, which is kind of surprising. Good play as well. Ramps off that guy, so he looks like... That's a good thing you guys can do. Like, just ramp towards somebody a little bit. It's only 2 builds, but it kind of prevents them from keying and makes them slow down for a second. Yeah, that's a good point about height. Height with 2 guns is... you kind of need 2 guns. This guy's controller as well, right? Okay, he's going to keep getting in. I think he should just stand in that bush, to be honest. Just check the bush and sit in the bush. No fist means height is playable. Yeah, exactly. We'll see what he does. He's got an interesting loadout because he hasn't got the Nitro Splashes, so he's not really playing, you know, this Cash Cup's meta. But we'll see how he gets on, to be honest. Gets a refarm in. Very nice. It's near Capwood, and he's next to the pool. Nice. I still think he should be fizzed. Do you guys not think he should be fizzed hopping through those hoops? But I guess he's not doing that. Gets into a spot. Metal at this point in time, very important. Nice. Pretty solid game so far. Hasn't taken any damage. He's been pretty active and just using his SMG to shoot people away from him. And he's also been very diligent on just refarming, you know? Just refarming whenever you can, getting the mats as good as possible. He's not the best ever on mats, like he's missing a little bit. But he's probably a lot better than most of these players. And also the fact that it's a wasteland zone means people don't really have mats. As a rule of thumb, like any zones in the south, like down here in the desert area, are just going to have less mats than the other ones. Without not showing any fizz. I mean, maybe. We'll see how he plays. What he's playing right now is basically last season's solo Cash Cup meta, right? Last season, most people didn't play Fizz. Like, very few people played Fizz. Not Fizz. Wings, right? Most people didn't play Wings at all because they were, like, gone for most of the Cash Cups and stuff. And nobody really knew how to use them until Grands properly. So he's basically just playing last season's Cash Cup meta. This is exactly what he ran last season, minus maybe, you know, colas for bigs or something. Nice. Pressures that guy away from him. Good movement mid-air right there. Nice play as well. Doesn't box on low ground. Guys, always do this. This is such a simple thing, but it will stop you dying so much. Is don't build a full box on low. Build like a, you know, wall stair. And then just go upper layer. Like, obviously it's an extra 3 builds, but it means you just won't die in that situation. Just somebody just jumping in. So if somebody does want to jump in, they have to ramp up and make it very obvious to you. Yeah, 90 then full box, basically. So on your second 90, full box. It's been very active, this SMG as well. It's quite nice. Build metal here, maybe. He just builds brick. Fine, he goes upper layer as well. Nice, good layering. Really good. Not afraid to waste a bit of mats. Use there? Yeah, you could have used there right now. Might be smart. Singing cone is mad? Yeah, I think so too. Been very active as SMG. I do like the SMG for finals. I don't know. One gun only is nice, but the SMG is sometimes really good. Chops out height. This is scuffed. What does he do? Should go up a layer before he pops that. When's a good drop SMG? In this case, you would drop it when you got like a body or a refresh or something. You drop it for like extra whites or something. Or what you can do is just drop your fizz at that point in time, right? You probably don't have that much fizz left. Drops out height again. Nice. Looking a little bit shaky, to be fair. This hasn't been the cleanest at this point in time. He does need a kill now. Let's see what actually happens. I reckon somebody like dies next to him and he just grabs all the loot. Looks nervous? Yeah. What does he do here? Let's see if height's free. Do you guys think height's free? Yes or no? I actually reckon height might potentially be free. Oh, it's pretty free. It's held up by what? A little bit of wood. Next zone, you can just chop out height so freely here. Like, imagine your front side something. Yeah, height's completely free if you would just chop it out. Again, just get in the habit, guys. Just think up what height is doing. Height is probably the one guy who's probably going to win the game. If you just let him set up there for free, you know. Okay, now, he does need to refresh this one time. Oh, no way. Bro just got blessed. Cheeky little 1,000 mats. Now, do you take height? Again, is height free still? Yes or no? So free. The free is the free heights. Look at height. Come on. Also, guys, alright. Where do you chop out here? Somebody tell me where you chop. You do not chop where the guy can hold. Stop. Always stop. I see this happen every single time somebody tries to chop out height. Even like Tier 1 pros do this. Literally just chop somewhere where it's impossible for them to connect it. Like back there. Okay, the guy just fizzes and gives it up. Now he's got free height. He's getting on the walls. Oh my god. Why is he smacking on the walls, Tyler? Yeah, you should just stay up. Exactly. Stay up. And then now, because you have an SMG late game, and most people don't, all you do is pressure. You just pressure, pressure, pressure the whole time, and you have a free win. Especially if you pressure the correct people, right? So like right here, who should he pressure? He should build and then pressure the metal guy on that guy, right? Pressure this guy. Should always focus whoever looks like they have the most mats, because they're probably going to think about trying to chop. Also, you might have to worry about this guy being like backside below him sort of thing, but I wouldn't be super concerned about that. I would just be spraying whoever's like most front and just pressuring them to stop. Also, he's making a mistake as he's tarping through the center zone. He should be tarping on the right so he has better visibility. Like right now, he's tarped too far, which means he's above this guy, so you can't really see him. He's above a bunch of players, so he could actually get flanked quite easily. As well, he's wasted mats, right? Like if he just went one out to the side and then went straight, he would have conserved mats this way. He has given himself a nice little angle to shoot from. Needs another refresh? I don't think he does, to be honest. I think he just needs to sit on height. Zone might pull back. Yeah, zone pulls straight back. He just needs to spray. Spray. 3 medkits normally enough. If you're on height, in the current meta, I will say most likely yes. Also, if you're on height, listen, what you need to do is ping things like that. You see this extra medkits right there? Like, just ping things like that you could go for later on. You could walk towards it, maybe. Just to see. What does he do? Does he drop? No, he drops. Chop zone height is zone to pull back. I think he's good. It's good to just have a load of builds that you're like playing off. Here, he's making a mistake. He should just be pressuring non-stop. He's a bit worried about like full damage and stuff, but he should just pressure. Make the players fight, right? Make that guy on second height fight the player on low, and they just grief each other. Like what's happening now. They're full jumping in. Tapping Fizz a lot. Tap Fizz again. Alright. Guys, what do? Do you drop down or do you play medkits on height? Somebody tell me. Let's see what he does. Well played. He didn't actually do either there. I know it looks like he just went back, but he scouted. He made sure there was nobody in circle currently. And then he walked back and played the meds. Which is the correct call. And if we look, this guy's got loads of meds. Oh, what is this guy doing? That guy just sold, right? That guy fully sold. Let's watch that back. Alright, mistake number 1. When you have 7 medkits, your only objective is to play all 7 medkits. Am I correct? He should literally just be sitting in this like back corner of the box, making it as hard as possible for somebody to kill him, right? Why is he walking out his box here? He's reloading. And then, yeah, that's just a milk. Always, guys, always play your meds before anything else. That guy just fully sold the game. He basically got lucky. He definitely did get lucky getting that refresh, but he played the game correct up until that point. Right? Like, he didn't make any major mistakes. He, like, one shaky rotate, and he was in a scuff spot when he popped a heal. But aside from that, it was good. Now he gets more medkits. Nice. Very close at the end here. This other guy's run out. This other guy maybe got the bug. So, first earnings, probably. Somebody can check, but it probably is, just based on how he played that. Right. Not bad. So what's a grind? Alright. Okay, what I want you guys to do, this is the strat, I think, is go to your... Let me swap region real quick. If you guys don't know what to grind, which is a lot of you, I suppose, let's talk about this for a sec. Was his first earnings? Okay, yeah, I thought so. Right. Okay. Go to your most recent cup. Alright. So for me, Solo Cash Cup. Leaderboards are bugging out. Right. Go to your most recent cup and look at your game history and look where you're sort of dying is what I think is the best play to do. So you can see I'm dying, 24 minutes in, 17 minutes in, 26 minutes in. Not the best games ever. And you can also do the same thing in your finals, right? I'll go to my finals quickly. Where did I place in the finals? That's a good question. My finals, 21 minutes in, 27 minutes in. Go to your finals and just look at what your actual mistakes are and write, what is the mistake? Is it mid-game wise? Is it end-game wise? Or is it early game wise? And just figure out what your number 1 mistake is and then spend the entire time that you're playing focusing on that one mistake. Do that on console? Just go on Fortnite Tracker and have a look. No? Just before top 10. I mean, it's probably still an end game mistake then. You can go to Fortnite. You can type on your phone Fortnite Tracker and then look at your own Fortnite Tracker history. No, on console. Excuse me. Is this good? For you, I would say, yeah, 7th place and a 22nd place, probably end game as well. All right. So then, if you're okay, let's say for me, my mistakes, based on my recent tourneys and stuff. You don't need to watch your games back. I'm just saying, look at your games, like look at your actual history of your games and things, and see when are you losing points, like when are you losing the games and stuff. Like here, I'll just open as example, right? Like, I'm not losing games, one death or spawn, whatever, doesn't matter. I'm not losing games, you know, mid-game and things like that. I'm losing games, like, actually an end-game sort of thing. So for me, then I need to just play scrims, right? Literally all I need to do is play noble scrims or any type of public scrims. Doesn't matter if there's zone rules or not. Zone rule scrims can be really good practice, guys, if you make them good practice. Like, if you don't just unrealistically go center zone, have cap surge, and just build a shootout space and stuff, they can still be really good practice. Same thing for duos as well, right? If your mistakes are endgame, right? All you got to do is just AFK until 5th zone, and then you play out an endgame, and you focus on your partial zone rotates, and you focus on your game plan moving, things like that. Is this alright? Yeah, for you, again, major mistake. 4th, 5th, 8th, 13th, right? Major mistake is endgame, so you need to fix that up if you want to do better. Yeah, you can do that as well. Let's say you're cap mats in a solo scrim, like you just got a kill, or duo scrim. You can just drop like half your metal, drop half your wooden brick. Make it harder for yourself, so you're not just playing a game out on easy mode. If mid-game is your mistake, what I would recommend doing is probably VODing and figuring out what is going wrong mid-game specifically, and then figure out how to work on that. So you can play like third-party cups or ladders or something without mid-game rules, and you can work on actually implementing whatever mistake that you're trying to fix. Why is this Misa guy signed up? Fair enough. Osborne. If you're bad at Osborne, I would just get somebody that you know that lands at your spot and just do Osborne customs. Like, you can either Q snipe each other in ranked, or you can just get a custom code and just do it the whole time over. And literally just practice Osborne's enough. It's so easy to find a team near you. Like, go in any type of scrim chat and just look for a team that lands at your spot, and you can just practice off spawn. Alright. Rotate timings, that is just from running and playing more. Like, most of the stuff, guys, that you've like been learning things won't actually be put into your gameplay in a major tournament when there's like a lot of pressure, like, you know, like an FNCS round 2 or 3 or something. It won't actually be put into your gameplay unless you you know, are practicing playing scrims throughout the week. It's the main thing. Yeah, so Goku, your mid game's pretty bad. Osborne. Yes, if you probably the main thing is just mid games and Osborne, to be honest. Like, you getting decent kills, but yeah, Yoshi, you need to VOD that and then fix. It's probably just dying in fights and things. Scrims the ideal. It depends how much you can play. Like, let's say you can play you know, 4 hours a day. If you spend 3 hours a day actually working on what you need to work on, and then maybe an hour 30. What was this map I was doing? This map, I need to add it to the Discord. But this A-Medic Peace map is actually really good just for doing like a quick, you know, 20-minute warm-up and then just playing and being good from there. Yeah, let's take a look at some more games. But you guys, yeah, it's all fine. You can do it yourself. Literally just have a look at your, yeah, Panda Egg. Let's have a look. Win, and then 15-minute game, 7-minute game, 6-minute game, 5-minute game. Probably off spawn then, right? Like, you qualified after your first 2 games anyway. But probably a spawn. Like, you're wasting more than half your games just dying off spawn at early games, so. Okay. Go on Fortnite Tracker and it has all your games. Like, every single tournament you've ever played will be on Fortnite Tracker. And you can have a look. Like, it's so easy to do. How long's the session? We'll go for a little bit longer. Alright. Let me get off this. Let's put me in the wrong region. Okay. Alright. Who should we watch? kind of want to watch Muzz. Muzz didn't look at this game, did he? Did Muzz look at this game last time? I can't remember. When was the Muzz session? Hold on. He did, right? Okay, I thought so. I was just trying to remember if this is like after or before his session. It's VODs on it. Should we watch Pump? We could watch Pump. What do you guys think? Or maybe a Polish player. Okay, we'll either watch Pump or watch a Polish player. What do you guys think? I just know Polish players always some crazy stretch. So, let's watch this 7-kill win. Zero Brain Deals, I mean, you can VOD. That happened a lot to me and Reese. We played Middle East, and just people always just ran in our boxes and things. But we went and watched a bunch of them back, and pretty much all of them were preventable if we just played it slightly differently. Like, not drastically differently, but like just doing little things like building up a little bit more so you get higher layers, so you can't get ran in as easily. Free kill. Fortnite Pro 845. Sure. Tweaking PC. Before you ever get your PC tweaked, guys, always just reset your PC yourself. Like, just full wipe your PC and remove all the stuff from it. Will help it a lot. Start labor mid-game rotations, you'd think. Yeah, probably, Anne. It's like late mid-game, because the games that you get like 20+ minutes alive, those are all decent points. It's just if you die like, 18 minutes in, you're not really getting good placement most of the time. Put some better one? Nice. How many of you guys actually watched the games yesterday and made notes? Did anybody do that or not? Or like paid attention to what was going on? Good drop spot against Cat Mats. Yeah, that's another thing as well. Like, just because you guys are, watching Fortnite or whatever, doesn't actually mean you're improving, if that makes sense. One thing, most pros nowadays, I'm sure you guys probably know this, but most pros nowadays only actually play the game, maybe 3 hours a day at most. Most pros don't sit there playing the game the whole day anymore because they're already pros, right? So what most pros do is... He just got absolutely beamed. Is they spend a lot of time being like efficient with their time, if that makes sense, where they, they VOD games and they watch other pro teams and things, and that helps them be really good, like adapting to metas and things like that. Okay, he's trying to key the rig guy, looks like. Watch FNCS or Kraken game. I don't know. I think whenever there's like an actual FNCS on, I think it's better to watch that normally. Obviously depends on the meta and stuff. Like earlier today, like I could have watched the FNCS, but I was just playing scrims and stuff because I think that's probably going to be more useful for me. Because obviously I watch a lot of the games, so I don't need to sit there watching even more. But Nitro. How to IGL when you autopilot a lot? That's a good question. Get in the habit of calming and pre-planning to your teammate. Like always get your teammate to. He should not let go away. Nice. Yeah, basically always just try to get your teammate in the habit of asking you, you know, what the plan is, what you can do next, and things like that. Frederick, you're just not getting enough points towards endgame, to be honest. So just endgames. Like, your match history's not bad, it's just you need better games. Alright. Should we skip a little bit? Skip a little bit. Gonna make a plan with endgames so chaotic? Yeah, endgames this season are pretty messy. Probably the best thing that you can do is just get in the habit of trying to break it into like chunks a little bit more. So you're not just playing out the full game, like the full end game at once. Like you have little chunks of how you play it. Rank's never been a good way to improve your fighting unless you're not a good fighter. I don't know. I think normally ranked is like the best thing to get good at fighting, like in-game fighting. Yeah, but this season is just definitely not the case. Like, this season is just not even worth playing. Like, I don't think there's a single point playing ranked this season. So, like, I mean, splitting it up into, like, so, like, first moving, you know, you're not just doing one thing for first moving. You've got, like, a bunch of different things that you're trying to do. You know, like, pausing, high layer. You know, start first moving, scout, plan out, rotate. Then midway through first moving, you're pausing, high layer. And then find the first moving, you're gonna try like ramping up and getting to, you know, a good spot. So you're like, not just doing one thing on a rotate, like, oh, let's just rotate. You're breaking up into chunks a little bit. It's fighting. I think just playing creative, to be honest. You guys know that 1v2 map? 1v2 clutch realistic, so I don't know what it's called, but I think the 1v2 map's probably the best way of improving fighting at the moment. Just because I think regular 1v1s are just kind of boring. Especially if you always play against the same person. So Shioney's kind of down. I don't know. He needs a refresh for whites, I think. Whites and then nitro is what he needs. He's just kind of having a hard time finding a kill. Bro, that's the thing. Without Nitro, it's so hard to end a fight this season. But look how hard this is to finish this fight. Finally gets it done. Nice. What does he carry here? I think you drop everything. Yeah, waste of fizz and then carry bigs and meds, right? Nitros, yeah. That's a jump. No? So I come strat whole game and temp zone under height and ramp up. Yeah, either under height or you can take it from front side. We'll see what. Let's have a look at the same game. We'll cover height again the same game. I do think height is definitely the play tomorrow. Like, nobody is going to know what they're doing on height. So. Yeah, there's no fist, so. I actually don't think fists can be back until, like, heats, so. It's good to get a bunch practicing without them. It's work on? Yeah. Normally I recommend learning how to play like mid ground and stuff first. Especially in duos, like just knowing how to play mid ground in duos is always very helpful. But once you learn how to play height and like take it at the correct timings, then you become like a lot more well-rounded because you can have. Also, it's a lot easier to win a game from height than mid ground. You know. Looking for a kill. Spots a guy in wood next to him. This guy's not in brick for some reason. Nice, good kill. Needs to be in now at this point. Solos can help your duos game, but yeah. Solos, just being good at solos transfers over to the other modes the most. Like, especially for like solo clutching and things like that. Just where you get a lot of points. Alright, so right now, is this a good time to take height, guys, or not? What this guy's doing? What do you think of this play? Mero clone. No? Too early? I think it's a bit too early, right? Especially with the bow. I know the bow's gone, but it's not the worst. I think in duos, let's say this was duos and you both crank up front, I think it's a good play. A little bit too early for solos, though. Nice shots. Alright, let's see. Where should he take height? Zone's pulling down here. Let's see how and where you should take height. Right here. Look, this is literally the most free high ground take. So he's done his rotate. It's from, you know, backside first moving. He's done it towards front. Look, you know, this always happens in a first moving zone, right? Every single game. Literally every single game, there'll be a spot like this. It's not quite the end of zone sort of thing. It's near it. But a load of players, like, get on top of each other. And it makes a really high layer. This is like, what, 5, 6, 7 layers off the ground? Look, you go front here. And then you would chop out height. Like, there'd be a weak point on height, and you would just get a free chop out beam on height. I don't think he's gonna go for it, but he could. Right? What I'm saying is, from his position, especially if you went up a layer as well, like this guy's doing. Like, you see where this guy is? He is the freest high ground chop out take of his life, right? Wouldn't height shoot back? Yeah, you need to do it. Don't edit out the top of your cone. You see what this guy's doing, right? This guy's playing pretty smart. He's chopping out back of height. You know, like shoot back in storm where the guy can't connect, and also where he can't hit you. And then he's forced to, you know, fall off or something. Happens to height. Takes him a business day to chop him out. And height lands on his head. And then now you chop tie out and grief their mats. Then you can take it front side later. Or depending on what they're doing, you know, you can do something different. Alright, let's push back for a sec. What match should you start looking for a refresh? Anything over... Who was it that said 700 mats? I can't remember. It was one of the pros we had on. Jake, maybe? Virgo? Oh yeah, Virgo. Yeah, Virgo's rule is pretty good, I think. Okay, again here. Where is he boxed up? What's height doing? Look how free this height take is, guys. This is a little bit more tough because... Why was this more tough to take height here, guys? Can somebody tell me? He's on a decent layer, like he's a higher layer, right? Yeah, height has vision on him is kind of a big one. And also the fact that he's center zone makes it a little bit harder. You either want to be front, you know, end of zone, or you want to be edge. Like, imagine he's above this box right here. He has such a free chop out, like a really easy angle, and he also has an easy angle to beam height. Or if he's underneath height as well, he's got an easy angle to beam at height. But in the center, it's a little bit risky because there's a lot of people rotating by you. Like, you're quite exposed to open up and shoot out height. So you got to be careful. He's scouting it, though. Let's go, JKC. Nice. Again here. Cheeky little height drop out. Right? Especially guys, whenever you're end of zone and you've got like 5 seconds where there's just nothing to do, like you could pop a bit of heals, but it doesn't need to at this point in time. Just think out what is height doing, right? And especially when you're mirroring underneath. You guys know what mirroring underneath height is, right? You probably see BloodX teaches people that a lot. Whenever you coaches, whatever. So mirroring under height is, you know, height's putting around the left here, so you'd rotate under them on the left. You know, you wouldn't go over here in the open when they can get easy beams on you. You go underneath them, mirror where their builds are and where yours are, and chop out. Almost dies. Yeah, that's pretty crazy egg, to be honest. How do you feel being chopped on height? If you're the height player, you need to be pressuring. You need to be looking at the threats and spraying them so they can't look up. Like even here, height's got the bow, but they're not actually pressuring Blaha. He's got, you know... Blaha, if he wanted to take height, could have taken height. That's what I'm talking about. He could have... He didn't, but he definitely could have, right? She's chilling down a low. Steals a box, good play. Stealing boxes this season is pretty OP. Nice. You got lucky? Was that lucky or not, guys? What do we think? Bit of a sketchily played endgame, but I wasn't really lucky, to be honest. He just kind of played his cards right there. What is this guy doing? So that guy's walking around in the open. I hate when people keep walking in the open when they're popping meds. It actually annoys me so much. Oh wow. He got reload bugged like 3 times then game. They have patched that now though. Yeah, that was lucky at the end there as well. Well played by the height guy. He could have dropped off the back there, but I guess he didn't want to. Reload bug fixed? Yeah, they fixed it in the most recent patch. After or before you get, you should carry 6 meds once you kill somebody with meds, right? Like, he didn't carry meds there until he killed somebody, and then he picked up extra. Alright, let's recap. Let's watch. I'm just gonna cover this height thing one more time because I really think you guys can win some games tomorrow with it, and get some earnings. So the key thing that the players who are taking height are doing is they're carrying, you know, an AR so they can break out height, or an SMG or something. And then what you need to do is not take it first moving, but take it end of first moving. So, you know, right now you'd be going front. This is actually second moving, but like you'd be going front and just looking for a chop out. Either mirror underneath height. This guy's doing an interesting height play. Let's see. What does he do? Dash up on height from backside. Nice play by that guy, to be fair. That was a good height take. Or what you do is, you go front, edge of storm, and you get a chop out. Held up by only wood, very easy chop out. Very easy height take. Like right here, Blaha literally could have just taken height and made this game so much more easy for himself. Because he's underneath height and he's got a free chop out backside. Yeah, height gets chopped out by somebody else. Who was it? This Misty guy? Yeah. This guy did a good job of connecting back a few times. And at this point, I don't know. If you've got height during third moving, like, as long as you got mats, you kind of won the game as long as you pressure. In my opinion. He didn't have mats, though. He used a lot of mats holding height earlier and getting chopped out, so it's kind of ran up. And even here, like, even during, like, final zone, basically, if you're just chilling front side, don't just sit there looking around. Like, look up at height and just see, because, you know, this is a sign that he's got, you know, 0 mats, and you can just ramp up or just chop him out or something. Rather than just sitting in a box and getting awareness checked like he did there. Yeah, look, completely free height. The whole moving zone is just completely free. This whole last movement. Good refresh though, this guy. Yeah, this guy did kind of deserve to win. He played this game pretty good. Nice height take earlier. Ramp flanking underneath height. If he didn't have shotgun only, like imagine here he's got the SMG and he can just pressure a little bit. He kills Blaha there probably. Nice movement as well. Up in the cola early. Oh, that's so sad. He would have won the game. He just walked back here and grabbed that, he would have won the game. Kind of hindsight though, right? Like he just didn't think of looking back. I think he should have though. Like, look, if you just look over here, there's so much medkits and stuff. Like the whole of low ground's probably just covered in them. Yeah, bunch back there and some there. Yeah, just have awareness. It's close to the angel at the end there. Bit unlucky. Alright. Okay, guys. I think that's all we're going to cover for this session. I'm going to let you all get some good sleep for the solo cash cut tomorrow. The rest of this week is going to be a bunch of... let me cover what we're doing the rest of this week. So, tomorrow we got the REIT session. I think Tuesday we're going to have the Raz session, if we can lock them in. Then we got Batman Booga doing a session. Aviv doing a session. And then, of course, we've got FNCS on Friday as well. So, we're going to have a bunch of sessions for that. Alright. Also... do you guys want to see a Blood X session where he looks at his own games? I swear that would be the funniest thing ever. He quad heats. I can't believe it. He's 32 years old. He's got a kid. And he's quad heats. He might just be the best player. So, we'll see. Okay, homework for all of you is to actually put some good quality practice into your games. And look at what you... you know, go look at your games and figure out what you're bad at. And then work on that. Specifically, stop faffing about, you know. Put the creative map. What's the code of it? That's a good question. Yeah, this is like the one map I'm using to warm up. 512. There you go. It's just good for the aim. I only really use it for the aim section, and I do 1v1s on Reese's mats. Good notes? Yeah, good notes. Let me copy paste these into the notes channel real quick. Nice. Yeah, and the 1v2 map as well is... so I played this map as a warm-up. I also play this resub map. You guys know this one. And also this map, I play a little bit. Not an insane amount, but I do play it. This mechanics training one, the Raiders one. And then the 1v2 map is this one. Speed 2v1. Okay. Alright guys,